Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, January 23rd, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. It is Free Trade Friday for folks on YouTube, so let's get to 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway, and I'll share the link to the delay-free, ad-free stream, so you can join our premium members and have the experience of the delay-free, ad-free stream. Make sure to like the video, and let's get the show started. Okay, so now we're gapping down, little baby gap down to open things up right at that 688. See if we get that continued push to the upside. We're going to mark out that daily open, of course, as always. And this is just in the jaws of the prior day's range. Right off the bat, we're starting to see the Dow trying to make a run here. QQQ starting to push here. IW, where's IW? IW slightly pulling back here, but it's the first few minutes here. All right, we do have a red folder catalyst at 9:45 along with 10 o'clock. So keep a close eye on that. We can expect increase in volatility. So unless you have a strategy to take advantage of the increase in the volatility, it's in your best interest to be in no positions at that particular time. Okay. Now VIX falling off a cliff. Of course, we're seeing AMD and NVIDIA pushing to the upside, which is tremendous. Wait for those pullbacks. Don't chase. Don't chase. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Okay. So no positions so far, no positions overnight. So we did come into those lows and we did bounce off those lows. All right, we did come into that bounce zone. If we can come back and sweep it, I'll be very interested, right? But just kind of seeing if we can come into this after 10 o'clock. Let's take a look at NVIDIA here. Okay. NVIDIA, first 5 minutes, got above that PMH. See if it can sustain itself. See if you can continue to push higher. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Once we get to 50 likes, join the free tier Discord. I'll drop the link in there for the Google Meets delay-free, ad-free stream. All right, so far we're below that daily open. We're headed towards that 687.45, which is that 50% retrace. Okay, this week has been the week of the gaps. Okay, this is a master class on gaps. I mean, we're getting a gap up, gap down every single day. IWM falling off a cliff, massive cliff fall in IWM. Below that PML. I don't want the option. There we go. So IWM selling off first. IW selling off. Q selling off, but IWM is the one that's selling off the most. All right, daily open 688.15. 688.15. PML 687.13. 687.13. 687.13 is that PML. And that's that PML and PMH. So you can see, team, you can see, guys, a lot of levels in this area. A lot of levels in that area. Okay, 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock in less than 45 seconds. Less than 45 seconds, you're on the clock. The Dow continues to dump. We're trading below that VWAP, below POC as well. So aggressive selling here out the gate. Aggressive selling out the gate, a full. So I might welcome the selling into that territory, and then look to take it the upside. Okay, the 5-minute orb is set. 5-minute orb is set. Those are the lows. Just be mindful that the PML is there. There's actually an old PML, so no PML there. But be mindful that the 687.45 is there. So that's the yesterday's 50% retrace of the gap. Yesterday's 50% retrace. VIX is starting to wake up. VIX is starting to wake up here. Let me see. Something is. There we go. I don't like the universal crosshair sometimes. A little distracting. So yes, right now we're working in the jaws, okay? We're working in the jaws. We got yesterday's gap up, we still need to entertain. All right? Yesterday's gap up, we need to entertain. And we're just basically range bound. So what I'm looking for here is a potential sweep here, all right? Okay, clean up on aisle 688.92. Okay. Or something even earlier than that, drop into that PML territory. Drop into that PML territory. PML is 13, 670, 687, 13. SPX is trading right above that 6,900. ES right above that 6,930. The next key level is 687.45. 687.45. If you're on standby, continue to be on standby. We're seeing continued selling across the indexes. Continued selling across the indexes. Synchronized selling here. Synchronized selling here. Synchronized selling. Okay, broke that 5-minute orb. Broke that 687.45. Okay, let's see if we can start to catch a bid in that territory. It is about round that up to 90, about a 24-cent range. All right, so if we slice right through it, disrespect it, okay, there's nothing for us to do there. See if we can come into it here. All right, risk doesn't have to be wide. It can be this entire thing. It can be 30 cents. What's the ATR? What's our ATR right now? We're at 55. Okay. This is a 2-to-1. So I want to see some sort of combinations in that territory for that first idea. Only issue is, right, we're just moments away from red folder catalyst. So do I want to trade? Do I want to make an entry? Okay. Into a red folder catalyst. How much time do I have before the catalyst drops? A lot of times, if you trade long enough, you do know that sometimes you might get a reaction. You have to give yourself a buffer, right? Sometimes the catalyst drops at 9:45, but there can be a little bit of volatility a couple of minutes before, and it can last until a couple of minutes after. All right, so I might have to just forego this and just see what takes place and let the dust settle. If you did take that orb breakdown, beautiful job. That gave you a nice little runway of All right, nice little runway of 15 cents. Unless you're using like heavy size, you'll see a nice dollar amount appreciation. If you already took profits, if you're using less size, maybe you're seeing nice percentage gain. Probably anywhere from 8 to 10%, 8 to 12% there on that nice little push. It is bearish, so we can't deny the fact that it's bearish. We continue to sell off here. Let's take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia that was leading the way. Look at this trap, guys. This is why it's so dangerous to play the news. So dangerous. So dangerous. All right. You come into the day, you're thinking, hey, you know what? AMD, Alibaba, announcement. Right. That's the oldest trick in the book. Okay. Oldest trick in the book. Especially for new traders. They think they want that. They think their edge is news. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Okay, to a T. But I had to forego it because of the red folder catalyst. Okay. I mean, I can take it with smaller contracts, right? Like a lotto size. And that can be another additional layer of protection. But I just wanted to demonstrate best practice. Puts just protected, took beautiful job. Look at that. Only in trading. Only in trading can you make $350, $360 within minutes. But you see that level? You see that level? Nice bounce. So these are the kind of setups you want to look for. If you did take that, if you had that high risk tolerance, if you had full conviction in that setup, still has about 4 minutes left before the red folder. Make sure you have something to show for it. This thing's headed back towards that daily open, and this came right to a T. Right to a T. All right. Look at that. Look at that. And I put the level 2 and time on sale up there for those of you who do like to use it. All right, and I put a nice price, a nice large price level to make it easier to view. Because I know I'm constantly calling out levels. Levels is kind of, it might get a little confusing, right, in relation to where we are and what the levels I'm calling out. So you can look at the top left-hand corner, strikers, and you got that price up there. Okay, you got that price all the way up there. So if you took that to the upside, that's a 1-to-1. Okay, that's a 1-to-1. If you didn't take it like me, you're just waiting. Okay, there's nothing for you to take. That was a nice 1-to-1, more than a 1-to-1, a minimal drawdown. Actually went up $1 and some change. So that was basically $50 per contract there. 50 delta, $50 per contract. So if you're at the money or in the money, the closer you are to that 50 delta. This thing's now. Remember what we said in the pre-market game plan, guys? We want to see what takes place off of this level. One thing is we can take it. Another thing is we can still use it to the upside as an area where we build fuel off of into the continuation, right? So we just want to let the dust settle. We want to see what takes place after 9:45, which is a red folder catalyst. So I have to respect the fact that is a red folder. If you're able to maneuver quickly within the 3-4 minutes, right, you can squeeze something out of it before the red folder catalyst, but there's no guarantee that it's going to move that quickly in that short period of time, right? There's no guarantee that from 9:40 to 9:44 or to 9:43 it's going to move $1. It just happened to play out here because that level is so strong. All right, Okay, let's see what takes place here. What kind of reaction we get. Keeping a close eye on the indexes. The Qs are pushing back the upside. We're starting to see the down hammer as well. A lot of names are course correcting here. Nice engulfing candle on the 5. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's the moment of truth. If this thing just runs away. Pending, pending, pending. Okay, so previous reading 51.8. Forecast 51.9. Actual 51.9. We came in line with the forecast. We beat the previous reading, and the forecast was higher than the previous reading. PMI, same thing. We beat the previous, we matched the previous reading, slightly below the forecast. Now we're just waiting for that 10 o'clock hour, which is the consumer sentiment orange folder. Okay. Anyone take those calls by any chance? If you did, you earned it. And there we go. Now we got a red folder candles. We're back above that daily open. We're back above 688. Can that 688 in daily open hold? Okay, can they hold? So this was the game plan. Folks on YouTube, this was the game plan. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Folks on YouTube, so this is the game plan for our strikers this morning. Fairly straightforward game plan. All right, let price come into this box. See if it gives us a run to those highs. That's 1. 2 is, do we have enough fuel off of that bounce to catch that continuation to the break? So scenario 1 played out. All right, so now if we have enough fuel, if we have enough momentum based off that push and based off of this reaction to that level, I want to see if there's follow through behind it. If there's follow through behind it. Okay, and we're having a hard time at that daily open. VIX falling off a cliff. We're starting to see the Qs pull back slightly. We're still within PMH and PML on the Qs. We are below PML on IWM. IWM potentially flagging here. IW potentially flagging. See if you get the nice little break. If IWM can break, IWM breaks that 267.92. That can be a nice continuation to the downside. The entire market starts to sell off. So keeping a close on IWM 267.92. Keeping a close on IW there. If you can get that break, I'll take it to the downside. And get that nice strong break as everything slides. We did have that that nice buying and selling there. Synchronized buying, synchronized selling. Okay, we did trigger there on IW. Okay, I'll take IW right there. I'm an IWM puts. My risk will be this candle's high. I'm in the IWM puts. If you did take that, manage accordingly. See that continued follow through on that break into those lows and beyond. If SPY can start to break down, that'll further help our case. Okay. Did see 4%. As long as IW remains below this candle, that 268.13, I want this shooter to hold up, right? As long as it remains below there, I'll look to hold it. So you get that follow through to the downside. On SPY, if SPY can continue to dump, I want it to come sweep these lows. If it can sweep those lows, I don't mind giving the SPY an attempt. Let's see if IW can continue to go. Up 4. Go, go, go. Up 8. If you did take this TP where you need to. Up 12. Take a majority off right there at 12. Thank you very much, IW. Down to runners. All right, had to get our get back from yesterday. Get back from yesterday on IW. Now IW, as it continues to break, I wanted to stay below the orb. The orb has officially broke as well on IW. Up 16. Okay, take some more off right there. Up 20, down to last one. Now these contracts are very cheap. They're very friendly. Very friendly for lottos, very friendly for Friday. They're Friday friendly. Up 20, TP where you need to. Catching a nice little bid on IW. My risk will be break even. And you don't catch IW. My IW traders, we caught that. Beautiful job. Calls or puts. I already took the puts on IWM. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube. Make sure to let's get to 50 likes. I'll share the delay-free, ad-free stream. Simple setup on IW, right? Relatively straightforward. Taking this nice little break. If we get back and close back above 267.92, I'll close out. But as long as we don't close back above that, I'll take it to the downside. This is the first leg, second leg breakdown. See if you get that continued push all the way into 267.21. While I wait for IW to do its thing, I'll be waiting for a SPY to come sweep these lows. Okay, so IW is in the background, just cooking. So let that be. I won't interrupt it. I'll just get an alert once we get up here. Okay, once we get up there, I'll be alerted. That's around break even. Still up 4 or 5%. Already TP'd at 12 and 20. I want that candle to wick back the downside. That would be great. Let's go, IW. Okay, let's see if that continued push. There we go. Back to being up 20. Anyone take IW? Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Make sure you're taking profits, guys. Or you're setting your NC. Your no close. My no close will be this 5-minute candle. 267.67. Doesn't matter how much contracts you're using. If we get back above 267.67, I'll close out. All right, treat each trade like the most important trade of your life. All right, take it with respect to trade. Don't discount it if you're using less contracts. All right, that's all vanity. Okay, I'll close it right there. That last one at 16. Okay, and that was a good cut. Because look, as soon as I cut it, I think I was weighing it down. It went back the other side. So 20+% opportunity in IW. If you caught that, tremendous job. SPY not doing much. Piano keys on the 5. We decided to go to IW. Let's go check back on NVIDIA. If it's anything there. AMD. Okay, AMD starting to pick up some speed. So fairly straightforward setup on IW. So I have another chart for the idea, folks, on YouTube. So to give our strikers the advantage. So the setup is very straightforward. All right, not too complicated, not overthinking. There was a nice little leg to the downside after a gap down. We get a nice impulsive push to the upside. Okay, and then now we get that nice little push back to the downside. All right, do I need this thing to go all the way to the floor? No. I'll take it for double digits, see where the runners can go, and then eventually close it out. All right, so there's a textbook. Second leg. Breakdown in IW. We caught that breakdown. All right, 20+% opportunity. All right. So that'll be the first trade. SPY is going piano keys. SPY is going nowhere fast. I wanted to grab some kind of liquidity. I want SPY to grab some kind of liquidity at some point. All right, it's just chopping around here. I wanted to grab some liquidity at some point. How we doing, guys? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? IWM bounced off yesterday's lows briefly. Good, good, good. SPY. Good, good, good. Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin. Not looking good. But IW, if we can continue to dump, guys, IW can continue to bounce. IW can continue to dump. It is in a very nice area for that dip buy. Okay, it is in a very nice area for dip buy. So that's why being short, you don't have a lot of time to be short. So spatial awareness is key. 10 o'clock, 5 minutes, we have another catalyst. 5 minutes, we have another catalyst. So far, SPY has just been zigging and zagging. Zigging and zagging. We got below daily open, got back above daily open. We're still trading within prior day's range. Okay, still trading within prior day's range. So I took the puts already, Rolls Royce Jake on IWM. That was a good cut. Because now it's going the other way. And also this idea, we discussed in real time. So the idea is you do what you want with the idea, right? It's just an idea. Let's bring it to your attention. That's kind of like an indicator. That's all. That's all it really is. That's all it really is. SPY not doing much. I'll wait until after 10 o'clock on SPY. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes will share the video. $50 likes will share the video. First time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Let us know where you're joining from. Okay, SPY is starting to make a move here. SPY is starting to make a move. Nice clean move outside off of that box. Now the question is, off of that bounce zone, we're 2 minutes away from the data. So keep a close eye on the data here. For some reason it does that. I wanted to switch to the contract. There we go. I wanted to stay on SPY. There we go. All right, so it looks like we just went bounce off that zone. Somewhat of a double bottom. We recaptured that daily open. And we have that 689.44. 689.44, which we're waiting for. So now we're going to zoom out just in a little bit. Let the data come in. Let the data come in. We have a prior day close right at that 688.98, just shy of that 689. Okay, the Qs are starting to push the upside. Double inside break on the Qs. IWM pulling back once again, back to downside. The Dow's on its way to the upside. So SPY is at session highs. SPY just took out the highs of the day. SPY just took out the highs of the day. So the natural shallow bounce, of course, would be here. Natural shallow bounce would be right there. All right, let's see what takes place at 10 o'clock. That's our last red folder catalyst. And let's zoom out just for a little bit here. All right, let's zoom out just for a little bit. We got a new hourly candle coming as well at 10 o'clock. So that break, that compound break, can lead to an hourly push to the upside. All right, so in that case, we're about a minute left. We have a minute left. 10 o'clock. We have a bunch of new candles coming in. 10 o'clock hourly. We have the 30-minute, 15-minute, everything sub, everything below, under hourly candle. We'll get a new candle. All right, in the next 4 seconds. At the same time, we're going to get consumer sentiment as well. So you can see how it dipped into that and just left the station. So now the question is, do we have enough fuel? Again, do we have enough fuel to continue? If we do, we got to use our technical ability to find that pullback. If you took this, you're living large. Okay? You are living large. This is turning into a monster trade. This is turning into a monster trade. VIX pushing to the downside. VIX pushing to the downside. Qs continue to push. Now we're back above the prior day close. We're trying to hold that 689. We're at that 689. We're trying to hold 689 here. So the data did come in. Let's take a look at consumer sentiment. Consumer sentiment. Okay, this is the revised consumer sentiment. So we had that 54 reading, and 56. So sentiment is leaning towards a higher sentiment, which is more positive. Keep in mind, consumer sentiment is qualitative data, survey based. So it's not equivalent, okay? It's not equivalent to CPI and PPI, which are quantitative, which simply means there's actually a measure. The consumer sentiment, inflation expectations data, that's all survey based, right? So it just gives us an overall feel from the perspective of a small sample size of the population, all right? But the market does consider it an orange folder catalyst. It does react to it somewhat, so we need to respect it, regardless of what kind of data it is. We can dip back into this territory here. I'll be there for it. If not, we'll just continue to wait. Okay, if not, we'll just continue to wait. The waves are waving on the one. We're above POC. We're above VWAP. We did break above that orb as well. This is the orb up here. 688.67, that 15-minute orb, along with that 5-minute orb as well. So that's a compound break. Compound. All right, so you can see the algos love this. Deja vu. Deja vu. 23% 2DT calls, beautiful job. I got a Netflix trade before the close yesterday, and it's up 15%. We'll continue to monitor it. Okay, beautiful job. So you got in early, good job. Did you get February? February contracts, Lynn? They should be like 65, 70 bucks. Under 100 bucks. Okay, good. Yeah, just continue to keep an eye on it. And up 15%. Another question you have to ask is, do you feel comfortable holding it over the weekend? Do you want to take some off, or you're confident in the position, right? Breaking news.
4.0%. That's down from 4.2%, and that would be the lowest level going all the way back to January of last year. And finally, the 5 to 10 year inflation outlook, 3.3, light to expectations, 1/10 lighter than our last look at 3.4, and that would be the lowest level since Dece of last year when it was 3.2%. Leading economic indicators should be hitting the wires. I don't see them released. We're looking for both October and November. So I'll shoot it back to you, Carl.
Rick, appreciate that. Interesting numbers, a little bit of relief on the Michigan sentiment front as the markets, Mike, try to unwind some of the opening losses.
Yeah, kind of hesitant this morning. Not quite a round trip, we should keep in mind. We're a little more than 0.5% below where we closed last Friday. I think the job of the market.
All right, we're about to fill that gap, guys. That gap from Tuesday. Massive gap on Tuesday. We're about to fill it. Let's see what takes place. If you're just jumping in on YouTube, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. All right, let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. We got 25 people, 26 people joining us. So let's get the likes up. That's what helps this video continue to get propagated across YouTube. Right, and we're here to help as many traders as possible. We already took one trade already in IW for a nice double-digit gain. We talked about this level in detail. I just didn't want to take it In hindsight, everything makes sense in hindsight. But outside of that, just learn how to draw these levels, right? These opportunities, they're available to take advantage of. So now we did tap that TOG. We did fill Tuesday's gap. Tuesday's gap is filled. Tuesday's gap has officially been filled. Right, so typically when we do fill those gaps, we start to hit little exhaustion. We start to pull back slightly. If that can lead us, that exhaustion can lead us into that first wave, I'll be there for it. That could be a potential area right there. Right? If they just want to use this exhaustion as a way to dump this whole thing, maybe right here. And of course, the best is a grab of these lows. So that's the things we need to. If you're looking for a pullback, those are the things you need to decipher. All right? Do you want a nice shallow pullback? Do you want to see a nice healthy pullback, or do you want to see a sweep of these lows? Okay. If you're existing on the other side, if you're a breakout, and I see a break above that 689.44, but the gap has officially been filled, and you have room to 690 as it pursues PMH. Qs continue to pump here. Qs continue to pump. The Qs continue to pump. Okay, those are the areas I'm entertaining for the push to the upside. I kind of miss this OG chart. Right? I think I got tired of the white. Which one do you guys like better, strikers? Which one is more visually appealing, easier to see? I'll take some profit and hold a runner. Good. That's always good, right? I always get paid for taking the risk. And we're at a critical point where we can break here, where we can get above that 689.44. The IWM just can't seem to get it together. The more it starts to slip, right, it starts to get interesting. The question we're trying to, bigger picture, macro picture, are we seeing a rotation from small caps back into mega caps? That's the question, because we're seeing a nice little dump on IW, but I wouldn't be too bearish on IW structurally on the hour until we clear this territory. We're still in this area where we can start to see a nice little bounce. If we can slice right through it with minimal regard, then I would say, hey, you know what? Yes, that thing that we're starting to break, because if you draw that nice little support, you can see. You can see how that kind of lines up. So this push is just a nice little test that support as well. Many things in confluence in this territory. So I'd hold off on going super bearish on IW, right, until we start to break below these lows, violate the support, and continue to push lower. If you're already short from the time that we were short, that was a while back, maybe Theta ate those contracts. We are selling off, but let's see if buyers can respond for that dip buy. If they don't, then fair game. Okay. As we come into compound, this compound break on the orb, the reason why it's compound is because it's two of them, not just one, it's two. 15 on the 5. This is where I'm willing to allocate a little bit of risk. Keep in mind, guys, today is a light size day. It's either small size or no trades. The work has basically been done for the week. Okay. VIX continues to go south. See if I can get a nice little bounce out that territory. I am eyeing by the time we get there, the 689s, 689, 690s. Or at the money, whichever one. Right, at the money, in the money, 1 point out the money. That's the level you're waiting for. Kevin, 688.67. Okay, yep, that's basically in that same territory I'm in as well. All right, so we just have to wait. Is there a nice little shallow pullback on the on the waves, on the one? Absolutely. All right, is there a nice little wave test which can lead to a flag break here? Yeah, there is, but I just don't feel full conviction. I want to pull back a little bit more. A little bit more. All right, so if we can pull back a little more, that'd be great, because it needs to get above this territory here after filling that gap. Also, bigger picture, don't forget, okay, this bounce already took place. Now, we're at this critical area, okay, rejection. Critical area, rejection. Rejection in pre-market, still a rejection, and so far being tested. All right, so if we can reject off of this just enough to pull back slightly, 6881, okay, pull enough just slightly. We're directional on the hourly, we're directional on all the time frames. No matter how you look at it, the bulls are here. No matter how you slice it, the bulls are here. Okay, if you're waiting for that strat combo, you're waiting for that break above this inside candle's high. Okay, that's your trigger for that continuation, and your risk can be that reversal. If you're waiting for the reversal, you're doing the opposite. So it's either reverses back the downside, you just have to be aware of what's below us, or it continues the upside, you just have to be aware of what's above us. What's above us? The gap fill. Gap fill level, that's going to be critical. Okay. Day before yesterday high. Interesting. Good, good, good. Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. We are live trading SPY. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. We do have a promo, 25% off. 50 likes, giveaway prize. You guys choose the prize. All right, ebook, trading course, or 1 week access to our trading floor and our community. Okay, you choose. But we need to get to 50 likes first. That's the threshold. Right, so I believe we can do it before 12:30, 12 o'clock. We'll have a cutoff at 12:30. So let's get the likes up. If all 30 plus of you hit the like button, you can be there in no time. Okay, we're bringing you trade ideas, analysis in real time. Non-biased analysis. And you're looking to take this nice little flag. If you're taking that flag, put flag in the chat. Any flag takers? So you get a nice little break back below it, come with that compound territory. I'll be there for it. This would be healthy. So my style of trading, okay, is not take the calls here and have this in your risk as well. Again, I say it a lot of times, guys, a lot of traders like to make their risk this wide for the sake of being right. But are you willing to sit through that much drawdown? It would make more sense to me to have 2 units of risk, here and there. Okay. I'm looking at the 689s. 689, see if we get a nice little bounce. I think VIX needs to start to fade. I'm not going to try to go long right away. I'm going to wait for some sort of combination, some sort of signs of life. Okay, I want that reclaim back above that high. Get that reclaim back above that high, I'll be there for it. Get back above that box's high. Compound high, I'll be there for it. Just need the VIX to start to fade. The 5 minutes still has a little bit of selling left. All right, so I'll probably just hold off just a little bit, but just keeping a close eye for any hammers or any 2 down, 2 ups. We're already reversing to the downside. Okay. See, we get a nice little hammer here. IW just fell off a cliff, so we're seeing some synchronized selling. So let the selling die down slightly. If we go hammer reclaim, I'll be there for these 689 calls. Okay, risk. 50 cents might be a little wide. I'll give it my usual 10 to 15. Okay, I'll take it right there. Take the calls right there. See a nice little push. See a nice little push to the upside. Risk has been allocated. What I don't want to see is, of course, a break below these candles lows, these 5-minute candles lows. Okay, so you get a nice continued push. Go, go, go. Okay, up 11. I'm going to take a majority off right there. Okay, down to runner. Go, go, go. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Up 13. Take the rest off right there. Okay. Quick scalp. If we get above 688, 689, I can look to re-engage, but I want this 5-minute selling to die down. There's still a little more selling that's potentially left, so I want to take that quick pop to the upside for that quick gain, just like that. If you can continue, it needs to get above that 689. Right, but you notice that this 5-minute candle, there's no hammer, it's still an inside candle. That's why I wanted to take those profits quickly. If it broke this candle's lows, swept those lows, and tried to get back up there, I'll be more confident. But the main thing now is to see if we can get that break above 689. Can we get that whole bounce, hold above 689? Okay, if we can't, we probably continue to slide based off of this rejection. This rejection is very strong. It's a TOG rejection. Okay. Yeah, the selling pressure is strong. So that was just a quick scalp. All right. If you went the other way, if you went a reversal to the downside, the other way, okay. If you went, hey, you know what? Let me take the reversal to the downside. Okay, you're swimming in profits, but you're going against it. If you're using this inside candle as consolidation, back the upside, you're taking a break of those highs. So I'm existing here as it's inside to see if we can get a nice push into those highs. The fact that I stayed inside, knowing that we're coming from a TOG rejection, allows me to say, hey, you know what? I'm getting double digits. I'm gonna close it out right there. All right, that 689 was tough. I wanted to see that quick acceleration past it. Okay. If you can come back, start to pump back up. The fact that I grabbed those lows does look appealing. Just need the VIX to start heading south. Just need the VIX to start heading south here. Anyone catch that? Quick little scalp. Anyone take the rejection there, take the bounce there, wherever you're existing. If you're still in it, you can use the VWAP as your risk. If you have further data cons. I know that was a quick bounce. You have to be a sniper. Okay, try to put up big. Very defined risk, high a day, 5 runners left. Beautiful job. So you took the puts up here, Hero, off that rejection. That's beautiful. So in this case, the risk reward. So when you're taking when you're trend trading, of course, probably the probability is in your favor initially, until the trend is not in your favor. But the risk reward always favors the traders who are going the opposite way, as long as they understand and account for the risk. If this thing continues to dump, okay, even off that 689 rejection, if this can't hold, I'd love to see a sweep with these lows. That's when I'll become a bull again. If it's back at that center, if it's back at equilibrium, there's nothing for me to do. 689.23. 689.23, 689.20. Right. Beautiful. What a catch. So right there. So as soon as you saw those signs of rejection, and when that 5-minute breakdown confirmed, gets below 689, that was a nice breakdown. And it's still holding, still didn't break out, didn't put any pressure on that resistance. Okay, 1010 still above. So Netflix at 35%. Beautiful job. Netflix, let me take a look at Netflix real quick. NFLX. Adjust strong, yes please. Look at that. Intraday you can trade Netflix intraday into a nice push. Okay, now buyers are starting to wake up here. Just like that. Right, we come into it still within that 50-cent risk. All right, so the importance of taking profit. The importance of taking profit. So if anyone is short from up there, right, and they're just holding, not scaling out strategically, right? It just takes one candle. That's what we need to understand as traders, especially in these conditions, right? We're one candle away from the profits evaporating. Beautiful job, Lynn. Okay, came right into this territory, grabbed those lows. Does it have enough momentum to continue to push above 689? That's the only thing we're kind of concerned about or paying attention to at this current moment, at this current juncture. Okay, so now we got this low, we got a higher low. So as long as these lows are not violated, we're good to go. So is this a legitimate stance by the bulls? This is a legitimate stance. If you did hold through that, if you took the reclaim, you're up nicely. Now starting to break. Nice engulfing candle. Look at that. Look at that. Again, I just been a little early this week. All right, just early. I mean, early bird gets the worm. Of course. But look at that. So off of that move. Look at that. Okay. So right in that territory. All right. So the the joke is, as soon as I'm out of the position, that's the best time to become bullish. It does it every time. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. So it did come into the territory, fell below it, swept those lows, started to push back. Now it's above the those highs. So even that downward compression break took place above that 689. So you can see got above that 689. So now we're well past Tuesday's gap. Tuesday's gap is behind us. That's history. That's behind us now. That's behind us. Does that mean buy calls here? You can do whatever you want, but you're going to have to wait for some sort of deceleration. Okay, just let it cool off a little bit. And look at that. Look at that. That's how you run away. That's how you run away. Next is 689, and we have that 689.38, which is that psychological level. The Qs are above PMH. The Dow reclaimed PML. So I don't think we're going to come here anytime soon within this shift. Again, guys, let's get the likes up on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. What a break. What a break. Okay. Now, bigger picture. Where are we? That put us in position for that break. So now we've officially broke. Now the question is, can we hold? This is all based off of this, guys. The game plan this morning was straightforward. Straightforward game plan. Right? Straightforward game plan. Wow. How we doing, strikers? How we doing, guys? How we doing? You ready for new highs? Absolutely. That was beautiful. Anyone have a horse in the race? This horse is running. The Qs are off to the races. The Dow's back above PML. We're headed towards 690. Okay, shallow. Once we hit to 690, it's a balance off 689.44. 689.44. But we need to expand just a little bit. Okay, we're 4 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. Will this be the new support? So this break at 689 breaks it, takes off. Okay, so far 2 trades in first shift. Traded both IW and SPY. Both worked in our favor. So if you use that idea as your risk reward gauge, right, it never got stopped out. Okay. So we got a high, we got a higher high. So far not holding up a support, as we can see. Let's check on the IW. Still looks interesting to me. Like IW, if that 15 get above that 200, IW does look interesting. As long as it holds, if we can hold that support. Gold's on the verge of making new highs. Once again, we're seeing VIX starting to crack that support like we discussed. So this is the path we're taking so far. This is the path we're taking so far. This is the path. This is the path. We got a low, we got a low, we got a high, we got a high. So bulls are looking for the higher low. Looking for that higher low. Okay. See if that continued push. All right, let's see what takes place here. Does it reclaim that level or continue to push the downside. Reclaim that level or continue to push to the downside. Reclaim that level or continue to push the downside. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway. You guys get to choose the giveaway, of course. Thank you for tuning in on this Friday. We did see a nice push on SPY. SPY's officially filled that gap down from Tuesday. Tuesday we saw the biggest gap down of the year. Granted, we're only a few weeks into the year, but that was the biggest gap down of the year. And our primary objective, or the primary thing we're paying attention to, was how quickly can SPY recover? How quickly can SPY recover from those lows? So that was the first official pullback, and now we're starting to get back to where we were. And that Tuesday gap has officially been wiped out. For my strikers, remember I was talking about the 50% retrace on that weekly. We want to see the bulls close price above that territory. This is it. This is what I'm talking about up here. They need to close it above there to give themselves the best opportunity next week. All right, to remain bullish on that weekly. To turn that into a nice hammer on the weekly. That's going to be their objective. So by the end of the day, they need that close above 6,985. Whether it goes up, whether it goes down, from here to the end, they just need price to close above that. For the bears, their whole primary objective today is try to get that close below 686.04. So this back and forth is for that. So the bulls are currently using this nice little support into that territory, okay, until that path is disrupted. Okay, if that path is disrupted, it looks like this is the path that we're taking currently with those highs. Doesn't mean just take calls and close your eyes and hope for the best. No, right? It takes a little more than that. It's one thing to identify what's taking place. It's another thing to put the proper measures in place to capitalize off of what you're seeing. All right, it's very volatile. We can see some pushes to the downside, pushes to the upside. It's not just as simple as just taking it and seeing what happens. Okay, so that's the primary thing they're fighting for now, is that 689.44. That gap has already been filled. So we got our response, we got our answer. On Tuesday, the biggest question was, more than anything, right, we're talking about how quickly, how elastic are the bulls? Is it like a rubber band? Is the market like a rubber band? You pull it and it just immediately retracts and pushes forward. All right, so every pullback, every dip is getting bought up. Every pullback, every dip is getting bought up. To continue just like we saw in 25. Until we see that, until we see the market lose its elasticity, right? I don't think we're going to start seeing 20%, 15% like everyone wants to see. We're just going to see those natural pullbacks in an uptrend. Okay? Natural pullback. So the term for this week is market elasticity. All right, that's just the term that I'm using, but we can coin that term. When you think about terms, at some point in time, someone just made it up. All right, so it's not, you can make up your own terms as well. Okay, it's all made up. All right, so market elasticity, we saw it. It would be interesting to see if there's a way to measure it. We talked about it at the beginning of the week. It could be a measure of the volume, volatility, and the velocity, right? But just have to figure out a way to measure velocity. It's like the sweet spot between the volume and volatility. So if any of my programmers can figure that out, you can potentially create an indicator. All right. That fuses all those things. That's how indicators are created, guys. That's how indicators are created. More merch coming. For which one? From velocity? I'm not trading today, but how do I watch those member videos? That is available here. So if you go to the, if you're a Discord member, you have access to all those videos. should be here. Okay. All right. If you want to further support the channel, you can also be a member, but you guys have access to it here as well. So just go to private YouTube member playlist. That's all here. So this is all the stuff, guys, from 23, 24, 25. Go through it. So we just didn't show up today. We've been putting in the work from the very beginning, and we'll continue to put the work until the very end. All right. The process is at the forefront. And the process is not appealing all the time. The process is not appealing. What people want to see is they want to see the fruits. But it's mindless to look at the fruits. It doesn't do anything. Right? It doesn't do anything by looking at fruits. Right? It's in your best interest to look at the fruit and say, hey, you know what? How did it become a fruit? Where was it planted? Okay, what kind of seed was needed? How often was it watered? How long did it take? So this is all. The process is basically from seed all the way into fruit. Everything before fruit is a process. Right? But there's no way to get the fruit if there's no process. It's impossible. You're breaking the core principles of the universe. It's impossible. Right? You can't get something. You can't put nothing forward and get something. Right? Or nothing good. I mean, you can do nefarious things. You can do all sorts of things out there, but if you just follow the process, everything is universal. It's universal everywhere. It's a universal law. You reap what you sow. You put in the work, you have a process, you rinse, you repeat, you get better. You constantly improve. You eventually start seeing some growth. Right? So give yourself some time to grow. You can't just plant an apple tree tomorrow and get upset. You can't and then get upset because there's no apples next week. And then just stop watering it, right? You have to continue. Same thing in trading, guys. You have to continuously do it. But you have to have the self-determination, the conviction to know that on the other side, it will take place. As long as you continue to do the things you need to do that are in front of you. On the other side will take care of the other side. Right. Nice reclaim of that 689.44. See if you can continue to push. Okay, we're officially in second shift as well, guys. We're officially in second shift. Time is flying. Some days seem a little slow. Some days seem a little faster. I think it's based on if I'm in a trade, if I'm not in a trade. The perception of time is. We're able to find it, Fido. It's very interesting. Sometimes first shift seems so slow. Today flew by. Today it flew by. So far in first shift, took two trades. Both trades worked in our favor. The idea from pre-market played out to a T. Of course, had a couple of catalysts. A nice little breakout as well. So we did have enough momentum to finally break. Questions could be hold and continue. So now in this case, if you're in this camp, okay, you already won. You declared victory. If you're in like momentum camp, break above. Okay, you already got rewarded. Now the next camp that's waiting to get compensated, okay, is the breakout camp. Breakout camp is here. The breakout camp, they're here. So now the next camp behind the breakout camp, all right, is the camp that waits for that continued break, pause in the action, continue push forward. The leg camp. Okay, so the ones who want to take the leg. There's no leg yet. So this is the breakout camp was being rewarded. But if you're part of the bulls or buyers in this cohort, you're the biggest winner. The second cohort, you're the second biggest winner, and this one, you're the most recent winner. So there hasn't been too much profit taken on the way up, outside of this 15-minute candle here. All right. So same thing, deja vu. Deja vu is yesterday. Today there was a very specific plan in place because it was so clear, and I wanted you guys to be as focused on that area as possible. So if you notice in the morning brief, I don't usually put too much levels in there, but today, there you go, that bound zone, higher time frame to confirm whether it continues as support, reminiscent of yesterday's price action. Okay. Does this look very similar to yesterday's price action? Looks, when we came to that territory, it looks identical. And why do I like that level? I don't get to choose. There we go. There we go. There we go. And that gap has officially been filled now. So now the question becomes, do we have enough fuel to push into that rejection zone? We have things in between, of course. We have levels, we have key levels, psychological levels. We have a couple of key zones on the lower time frame. Right, so that becomes the question. Once we get to this rejection zone, we're back at that all-time high neighborhood. Just like that. Okay? So far, we're respecting the integrity of this push higher, of this channel, in pursuit. For now, our pursuit is 690. After that is PMH. So very similar to yesterday's formation, okay, where we cracked. Yesterday's formation, we were running. If you recall, late day, from midday to late day, late midday to end of day, we did one of these maneuvers. All right, how do we know? Because we track everything. That's what sets us apart. All right, we're data driven. All right, we can see the same maneuver we took. We didn't have an egregious sell-off to this extent, but this is the same zone from yesterday. We're taking a similar, not identical, similar path. And at fourth shift, that channel started to fade. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start to break structure, come back to 690, get that nice little bounce, and then we got the double leg push to the downside. So now we're at the 690. We're just right here. That's where we are today. We're back at that 690 territory. Okay, 690 territory right here. Okay. So that's the path we're taking. Let me clean up some drawings here. Let me clean it up a little bit. Clean it up. So the last idea came in here for those calls. If you took it, great. First idea there. If you took it, great. If you didn't, don't chase. Nice rejection off that TOG. That gap fill. Okay. Of course, the next setup is paying attention to here for that bounce in this territory. All right, multiple things in that area and confluence, including, all right, we have the 68944 and we have the test of that channel support, third touch. If you're taking first shift high grab, this is your window to play the trap. That's the trap window. If you're green up until now, if you're green on the week, if you're green up until now, guys, you are entitled to stop trading. You can be done. All right, the longer you play the game, the more you play the game, you're eventually going to lose. You're not going to go undefeated forever. So if you're green, if you took a couple of trades this morning, if you're green on the week, so now this is when that discipline has to start kicking in. All right? You're never going to be fully satisfied. You're going to always want more. So if it's, hey, I want to get a little more, that has to stop. You did your job. Now you gotta log off, close out the broker account. If you're on the Of course, prepare for the storm. All right, there's a massive storm coming by, so hopefully everyone stays safe. Make sure you're prepared. Grocery stores are probably jam-packed. Right? And your work is done. Your work is done for the week. All right? Your work is done for the week. And tremendous job, as always, team. For the ones who are new, I'm looking for 680, 691, 18. Are you in a position, Sancho? Any all-time highs today? Possibly, if we continue to use that path. It's a stretch, but it's possible. Okay. 2 for 2. Beautiful job, Hero. Done for the day. Look at that. Less than 2 hours. There's nothing that replaces trading, guys. There's nothing that there's no greater ROI when done right than trading. Okay, the ROI is so great, it doesn't even make sense. Okay, once you start having that approach, that business-like approach, because you know if you run a small business or if you do have a business, depending on if you're on the early stages, in the middle, or the late stages of your business, everything is hard. And it doesn't stop being hard. And there's so many moving pieces. Trading is the same way. It's hard. It's not going to stop being hard. Right? But this time, you control the controllables. It's all up to you. There's no vendors. There's no customers. Okay, there's no inventory. There's no overhead. Okay, it's just your own ability to find your setup, to educate yourself, to find your edge, and to be sharp, discipline, execute. All right, that's all it is. All right, so I'm not trying to make it seem like it's easy, but in comparison to any other endeavor, it's just as hard. Right? Starting something is not easy. But what can beat the ROI of trading? Especially for the amount of, there's no physical labor involved outside of tapping your finger, outside of clicking your finger or using your thumb if you use your phone. There's literally no physical labor involved. So it's almost impossible for you to get injured. Okay. All right, you're not going to strain your back taking a trade. All right, unless you're just sitting down for 12 hours a day. Everything's between the ears. And you need to be sharp just for the time you're in the position. You don't need to be sharp. You don't need to be on the whole time. You don't need to be on and sharp for the entire day. You don't need to be on and sharp for 4, 5 hours, 6 hours. Wow, what a push. That's not doable. Your mind can't stay that sharp on for that long. It takes a lot of capital. So you just need to know when to turn it on, when to turn it off, when it matters. And now we're at PMH. Okay, PMH. So beautiful job, guys. If you're finishing out your week, great job. Have a great weekend. Make sure to leave a testimonial if you haven't. Make sure to leave a review. Everyone else who's looking to join our Discord, make sure to use the code WHOP. I'll have that code available until February. The kind of content you get in our community is unmatched. Unmatched. So take advantage. Jump in. And start your process. Start your journey. The hardest thing is to start. We're at that PMH now. We're above first shift highs. Above PMH. See if we can tap above PMH here. What a push. So that break was it. That break was it. Look at that, guys. There's the mug. There's the mug. And I love that. The funny thing is, I had that exact same. You see that thing I have on your desk, Carlos? I had that exact same thing on my desk in the beginning. So what I did is I printed out all the patterns, right? Because I wanted to learn. In the beginning, I was so eager to learn. There was nothing that was gonna stop me from learning. Because in the beginning of my journey, right? Of course, just like everyone else, I heard about trading, and the first thing I did was jump in Discord. All right, first thing I did was jump into Discord. I didn't really understand it. Jumped in Discord. That Discord is still around, right? Okay, and it was just a morning plan. I was there for 1 month. A morning plan, a game plan, and levels, meaning calls here, calls there, and sometimes there was audio call outs. Right, but the audio call outs were, I just sold my position. So there's no rationale behind it. So that in no way helped me. So I came to the conclusion in my own mind, in my stubborn mind, that if this individual can do it, okay, I can also do it as well. Which is very motivating. And at the same time, if I'm going to blow my account, I'm not going to blow my account in the hands of someone else. Because I don't want to play the blame game. If I'm going to blow it, I'm going to blow it taking my own ideas. If I'm going to blow my account, I'm going to blow my account experimenting. That might be the wrong way to approach it, but that was my approach in the beginning. Right? So instead of taking someone else's ideas, because there was no one really educating the right way, I would say, you know what? I'm going to do everything I can to learn as much as possible and study everything. Try everything and study everything. So one of the first things I did was on my desk, I literally printed out all the patterns, right? And with clear tape, taped the entire desk with patterns. Just so I have in the back of my mind. So that reminds me of when my desk was once like that, right? So again, so if you notice, the approach, the structure of our community is the opposite of 99.9% of communities. All right, because it's based on what would have helped me on my journey. Educational tools, educational resources, a visual of the action, someone talking about specific levels, giving the rationale behind it, walking through setups. That would do tremendous things for your understanding. Rather than just me saying, hey, you know what, just buy calls at 690 with no context. Because you're not going to understand how to do it on your own. Right? So awesome. Little trip down memory lane. I got class today, so I don't want to hold. Mission accomplished today, 15%. Beautiful job. Look at that. Adds up. Adds up. Are you in your senior year, Sancho? Or what year are you in? That does tremendous things. Just imagine, right before class. Right now we're at that PMH. This week has been the week where I didn't have a lot of runners. And it happens to be the week where the ideas are just going through the moon. And sometimes it's like that. All right, so I have to make a couple of adjustments over the weekend per usual. Just review and see how I can win even more. Not from the standpoint of greed, not from the standpoint of just simply holding, but just put myself in position. All right, and we're still getting the reads, guys. We're still getting the reads for 2026. We're still getting reads for 2026, how things are moving. So at the same time as I'm trading, I'm collecting information as well. This is only the first, not even the full first month of the year. We have 11 of these. So far, the action is wild. It's some wild action. If we do come back into 690, between 690 and 680, 689, 90, 85, I'll be interested. That's the most shallow, or the area I can see where I can take those calls back the upside. Invalidation mark will be a break of that support. This thing continues to push. Now we're coming to that weekly equilibrium, which is up for grabs. So we can see some sort of response off that territory. We can see some response. Qs are going. IW is the laggard. Look at the VIX. Breakdown on the VIX. Deployed capital, roughly $341 gain. Can't beat it. Can't beat it, guys. And now this thing is going all the way. I didn't want to look at the contracts that I had. Okay, those contracts were at 99 cents. Where are they now? Out of curiosity. $0.99 for the 689s, and now they are $2. About $1. Yeah, $1 and some change. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. First-time viewers, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure to join our free tier Discord that's available. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. Next week's going to be filled with opportunities. Next week, we have FOMC. It doesn't get easier from here. So you need to be properly educated and navigate these conditions accordingly. Just as opportunity-filled the market is, two sides to the equation. Opportunities to win big, opportunities to lose big. Right? So you want to be on the right side of that equation. You want to be on the right side. All right? You want to be in position to capitalize off of these moves. Okay? 5 minute continues to push. 15 minute, no pauses there. Okay, we're coming into that key intraday zone here. And that's basically where that weekly 50% retraces. So we have not grabbed any lows. We have not grabbed the prior day lows. We have not taken out prior day highs as well. So despite the fact that we're seeming like we're expanding, don't be fooled. We're not expanding. Intraday, for this particular day, we are expanding. Past 2 days, are we going left, right? Are we going not left, right? Are we going horizontal or vertical? Are we going horizontal or vertical? Last 2 days. Doesn't this look like a box? Trampoline brick wall. UPO. Do you guys see that? Until proven otherwise. That's what it's looking like. Okay. That is what it's looking like. A nice stair step higher. So 15 minutes, 5 minute pump, 10 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. So on the 5 minute, if we can go shooter, there might be an opportunity to take it to the downside. If we can go shooter, there might be an opportunity to take it to the downside as we're reaching a certain level of exhaustion, top of that channel, above that PMH. Can start getting interesting here. Can start getting interesting here to the back to the downside. All right. If we can decisively reclaim that territory with minimal hesitation, that's just an indictment of how strong the buying pressure is. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get some pushback off of this territory here. Let's mark that out. This is just off the charts. Let's mark that out real quick. See if we can get a response off that territory, back to PML at least. Price action combination. If we can do that, that'd be great. It's not a shift high grab or anything like that. If you're looking for a shift high bounce, and this is the bounce area at minimum. Now, if you're looking for a bounce area, it's in this territory. That's where I would wait. On the 5, that translates to something a little cleaner. On the 5, that translates to slightly above that 9. Okay, there's the bounce box. If you're looking for that PML breakdown into the bounce box, you got to get that break below 690, 690.39. So now let's lay out the groundwork for what we need to see to take this back to the downside once we do get up there. Okay, let's lay out the groundwork. 1, environmental conditions. You want to see the VIX start to pop. You want to see the Q start to fade. IW is kind of doing its own thing. 2, price action combination. And that territory would be great. Okay, price action combination, that territory would be great. If you're just jumping in, already took 2 trades. Both trades worked in our favor. If you're green for the day, no pressure to take any more trades. No pressure to take any more trades. Okay. It is Friday. Ramp down Friday. Ease off the gas. %. And that was the one thing you had to just learn, right, Sancho? Understanding that you're going to have problems in trading. And some problems are good problems to have. And that's one of the problems I have as well. Right? If you're going to have a problem, the best problem to have is missing out on gains. Even though you have something to show for it. That's just something you have to live with. Right? Because if you're chasing those gains, then it becomes a different game. It becomes a different game. Looking at the 690s here, 690 puts. Looking at the 690 puts. Okay, great, beautiful job. You made tremendous progress. I remember you made a post in 2025, end of the year. Right, and look at the strides that you're making. So great job. I mean, is the buying pressure going to die down? Am I going to short into a massive bullish candle? No. I got to let this thing die down. All right. If it doesn't die down, if it turns into support, that's fine as well. But I just wanted to die down slightly for this rejectionist territory. Similar to yesterday. If you could recall yesterday's grab of those shift highs, it was a little early. Eventually started to play out. So let me see if I can exercise a little patience this go around. Okay. Rather than trying to be Mr. Super early. Okay. Let's see if we can just be on time. And the good thing is, don't put that pressure on yourself. Okay, don't put that pressure on yourself to get everything. %. This group is stay eating 100%. The biggest challenge might be overeating. Might be overeating. Right, going for seconds and dropping the plate. That might be our biggest challenge. See if you get below. See if you get below. This 5-minute candle needs to just cool off a little bit. See if you can get below 690.80. So we're above that weekly upside breaker. A weekly 50% retrace. We're in the jaws of that box. We need the VIX to start waking up. The VIX just fell off a cliff. VIX just fell off a cliff. If we continue to collapse here, I'll take it to the downside. Okay, I'll take it to the downside there. I'll take the puts. Risk will be candle high, 680.97. Not a reversal candle on the 5 quite yet. Little front running here. Go, go, go. There we go. There we go. Up 7, up 8. TP where you need to if you did take this. See if this can impact that 5-minute candle. There we go. There we go. Go, go, go. Let's see if that continue to push. Okay, take majority off right there at 11. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See if I can hold that runner to PMH up 14. Go, go, go. Who took that? Who took the puts up 14? Take some more off right there. PMH is that target. Set your NC. Set your NC. Up 18. There we go. Up 21. Hold below PMH will be great. Hold below PMH will be great. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Go, go, go. Get that dump. We might get a response off that PMH. That's a good time to TP if you need to. That's up 25. If we get a bounce off it, I'll close out. Okay, I'll close it right there. 25. Thank you very much. Okay, all said and done. 25. Nice rejection there. We walk through it step by step. There you have it, folks. So we're a little bit. We were on time, to say the least. Okay, we were on time. If we get a response, if we get a bounce off of PMH, come back into it. I can take it back lower. Quick 25. There might be a little more juice left in this, but it needs to get below PMH. I didn't want to get that bounce above PMH. That was an early entry. Not too early. Not too early. That's how we do it, guys. Great job. So if you're still in, make sure you have your NC, your no close. Meaning, what is your... And the fact that I did chop it or cut it is a good sign. Okay. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. All right, there you go. This was the idea. 41 cents. If you can hold below it, continue to extend it to the downside. Okay. You want to get that hold below PMH. Hold it below PMH would be great. Go, go, go. I have no horse in the race now. Okay. No horse in the race. Beautiful. Okay, that's 2 trades on SPY. 1 trade on IW. I'll work in our favor. Okay, this one again double digits. If you that puts you in position to catch this. This one from here to here, respecting the fact that we're still in an uptrend. But we're in an uptrend. You're going to take those higher highs into potential lower lows, right? And your biggest desire is to see if you get that final break of that lower low into that. You're going to take a higher high into a lower high. That's the whole objective. So this is the runway from here to here. That's the window of opportunity. Can it structurally continue to go? It can. But that's the target. I got to close out at the target. All right. So it already went, guys. It already went for 60, close to 60 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25% in 5 minutes. And look at that. This is what you don't want to see, right? So if you're the buyer, you're trying to get that bounce off that PMH, right? 2 things can be true. All right, so that we're going to target then another area where the buyers can start stepping in. And so what we're looking for is a continued, no buyers to step in to get this from 25, 30% to 40, 50, 60, so on and so forth. If they start stepping in, we're already out of there. Tom Brady moves play like Jordan. We just do our best. We just do our best, JB. We just do our best. Best foot forward every day. And don't catch that on YouTube. YouTube is very quiet. We got over 30 people on the check-in. What's going on, folks, on YouTube? Don't be shy. Let us know where you're from. Let us know if you took any trades, how your week is going. And make sure you're subscribed. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Right, live trading, live training, live Q&A, everything live. And that's why I love the zeros. The zeros, I know with those further dated, the bigger picture ideas further dated is the best. Those quick little drop pops, 15, 20%, those zeros, right, they fit right into my scalping style. Some people don't like it because it's too quick, right? Especially say if you have if you're not ninja with your phone and you don't have a setup on your computer to where you can navigate quickly. I understand. But guys, just within 3 to 5 minutes, we're seeing 20%, 15%. Gotta take it any day of the week. Adds up. Adds up, adds up, adds up. So you get the nice push to the downside. So first day back on our OG chart, we're absolutely crushing it. All right, first day back on our OG chart. For those of you who tuned in for a while, this was our chart for a long time. Folks on YouTube, let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway. Put in the poll what you guys want for the giveaway. But we need to get to 50 likes before 12 o'clock. We have 47 minutes left. So 50% of you want the trading course. 21% of you want the 1 week access of our community. And 29% of you want the ebook. So in order for you to be eligible for the giveaway, we need to get to 50 likes before 12:30. The cutoff is 1 o'clock. Okay, the cutoff is 1 o'clock. How are we doing, strikers? How are we doing, guys? 40%. Beautiful, beautiful job. So you see Turbo. Turbo went the other way. So Turbo is allowing the selling pressure. He's using the selling pressure from that key level to come into that bounce, right? And he takes it to the upside. Minus 15% IWM calls. So beautiful job. So beautiful stop out. Okay. Green wipes out red as long as red is small. Green wipes out red as long as red is small. Green will never wipe out red if red is too big. So tremendous job, Turbo. And I think our game, my son's game is canceled because of the storm. We're undefeated. Undefeated this year. And we're putting together an amazing season. All right. Amazing season. Okay, inside count on the 5. Let's see if we get that break in either direction. Second shift. Okay, let's see what takes place. Triple inside on the 1, inside on the 5. Decisive. This is what we're playing, team. This is what we're playing. All right. So it's not magic. It's not some super indicator. It's just shorting this into this. Okay. If I have a further dated contract, then I'll have to sit through this and wait. Maybe my idea is to play this whole thing, or a good chunk of that. If that's the case, then my risk can't be as tight. My risk might have to be a little wider, play a little further, play the bigger picture idea. Okay, so it's very straightforward. All right, once you allocate that, once the risk is defined and it's allocated, there's nothing for you to do. Okay, outside, let the probabilities play out and manage the trade. The risk has already been allocated. So despite the fact that we're expanding, like we said earlier, we're not expanding in the past 2 days. We're trading in a box. How do we approach the box? Trampoline, brick wall. Okay? Trampoline, brick wall. What is my solution? What's my solve? I want to squeeze a quick 20% on not even a full breakdown, on a rejection. For it to really turn into something, we need to start to shift this 15. If we can shift this 15, then the breakdown on the higher time frame starts to come into play. Okay. But you already have that entry on the lower time frame. Because we're going to put some pressure. Okay, this is our first time putting pressure on this support. Somewhat of a head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, possibly. Today, 3 trades, 3 wins. Bought 3 at 840, 78, 9% for the day. Down for the day, green for the week, including 2 days of no trading. Monday and MLK day off. Beautiful job, Kevin. Tremendous progress. Again, guys, tremendous job. It's so awesome to see everyone sticking to the process, everyone managing the risk. What makes me the happiest is those small losses. When you're keeping those losses contained and when you know how to properly frame losses, okay, that is the thing that changes everything. Okay, and then now you need to get really good at taking profits often. All right. Sometimes it goes, I understand, but don't let that make you deviate into old behavior. All right, so awesome to see. Tremendous job, Kevin. Great job. And we'll continue to stack brick by brick. And look at the loss, right? You can see the loss, 41 bucks. That's all within risk, made it up today. Tremendous job. So everyone is making some tremendous strides, guys. Great job. Good. Good. So we will do a small account probably February. Still trying to figure out a way to do it. And January slowly passing by. Carlos, are you green on the day? First day with the mug. If you're still in the chat. For those of you, grab your mugs. All right. Let's see if you're green on the day with the mug. That's all available. We'll go over everything at 11:30 on how to join our community, how to take advantage of our resources. So today, 3 trades. Okay, 3 trades. All 3 trades worked in our favor. Pretty straightforward. It's been a lot of this week, I would say. Just, of course, in hindsight, just being a little constructive criticism, constructive feedback. I would say just being a little more patient on my end will do tremendous wonders. You're not going to ever be perfect. That's one thing you have to also understand as a trader, you're not going to have 1 week where everything, those weeks, they do happen. But they're not, you can't rely on that, right? Your system still has to be able to take you to green despite your imperfection, despite you not being patient in certain areas, despite you missing a couple of setups. Right? If your system requires you to be Mr. Perfect for any chance of green, right, you have to assess your entire system. All right? If I can think of my trading style as a team, all right, a football team, think of it like this. With the number one defense with a game manager at quarterback. That's my style of trade. If you want to put my trading style in a nutshell, football analogy, number one defense, all right, the best defense, the best management, the best risk management to my ability, with a game manager as a quarterback and a couple of decent pieces. So all the game manager needs to do at this point is not mess up. The defense will ensure the game is close. If you're trying to catch those massive gains, all right, you're a team that has no defense, has star players, and is high scoring. But if you run into a team that has a defense and you don't score those points, your defense can't contain the other side. So you'll allow a lot of points. All right. So the defense always wins championships. All right. Being fundamentally sound. Almost in every sport. You'll notice the flashy teams, right? They can win a couple of games. They can win maybe because they have star power. But that star power, once the stars are gone, right, it's defense that leads any team to the top. Right? So defense, and defense in trading is allocation. How do you allocate your capital? How do you manage your risk when you're in a trade? How many trades do you take? How do you manage your emotions? Do you become erratic when you're down? Do you become irrational? Do all the rules go out the window? Or do you execute with poise under pressure? Okay, if it's a 4-quarter game, if you're down 7-0, do you just crumble? Or no, okay, let's just punt the ball. We're going to get the ball back. Let's stop their defense. Let's go through our motions. Let's try to get a first down. Put ourselves in field goal range, and eventually try to get a touchdown. If we can't get a touchdown, that's okay. We'll put points on the board. Why? Because our defense will protect the other side. Right, and that's how close the people who've been trading for numerous years, if you have at least 1 or 2 cycles under your belt, 1 or 2 years under your belt, that's the only thing holding you back. You know how to win, you know how to lose. Okay, you know how to win, you know how to lose. The only issue is you're losing too much. Okay, you're winning enough, but you're not winning enough to combat the losses. So now if you just dramatically reduce, not the frequency, but how much you lose, if you cut it in half, you're automatically green. So moving forward, you have to put that into practice. Red is going to happen. With your ability to keep the red, to contain the red, is what's going to set you apart. A week from now, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now. Okay, so SPY needs to break below the PMI for it to continue to push the downside. We're inside on the 15. Inside candle still there. We have a new hourly candle coming in at in 5 minutes. Bottom of the hour at 11:30. New shift as well. Nice rejection at that 50% retrace. That was the last trade to the downside. We squeeze a nice 25% about 3 minutes. Next trade, I'd prefer if we can kind of create separation away from this territory. For that next setup, can we shift this structure here and start to break and put pressure on this nice channel to the upside? If we can start to get below 690, I can see that taking place. I can also present a nice little opportunity for a last minute bounce. But if we can't hold here, we can start to slice. So we're basically jammed between those two areas. That's 690.85 and that's 690 psychological level. So we are jammed. We're still in the uptrend on the 5. We're still uptrend. On the 1, we're still waving to the upside. Have the waves been compromised? So slight compromise on the waves on the 1 minute. On the 15, we're starting to pull back. So in this case, on the 15, we got that break. Okay, this is good. We got that break. We're directional. Now on the 15 is when we need that retest. So remember what we said. The breakout traders got compensated. The ones who got it here from this morning got compensated. The ones who got in between got compensated. Now the ones that are waiting are the second leg participants. Second leg participants. All right. So this second leg, if we start to get a sell-off between now and before 12 o'clock, okay, this can lead us into this territory. And that can do that and naturally go there, that'd be good. All right, then we get that nice break, we get that retest, and then continue push higher, a natural push. All right, so maybe that's a sign of slowdown, or maybe it's just a 15-minute candle sell-off. But one thing we can all agree on, okay, is if we kind of zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out. All right, this is where we are. We're in a box. This is think of it like internal expansion. Externally, we're not going anywhere. Okay. So just imagine if you were able to squeeze something out of this, tremendous job. That means you're a scalper. When you're a scalper, you don't need the perfect conditions. Okay, you don't need every condition to be met. If you're operating on the lower time frame, you can find areas where your condition can be met on the lower time frame. Okay. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Missed the trade, busy. Elderly neighbors ahead of the coming storm. Yeah, again, the storm is coming up, guys, so hunker down. Look at that. At 15 minutes, starting to reverse. If you took that 15-minute reversal, base out that 690-20 break. You want to break below that 690, continue push lower. Get back below first shift highs. Get back below first shift highs. The only thing standing between you and 689.44 is this green box. This green box fails to hold. You got that nice flush move to 689.44. If you're in from here, or that rejection off of here, all right, you're in the best position. If you're in off the break, right, you're on the edge of your seats. You're on the edge of your seat. Just stay calm. If the risk is defined, just look out for the different things. Manage your risk accordingly. All right. If you're in the camp where you're taking a bounce off this green box, if your risk is defined, know that we're coming off this double rejection. All right. In the market, the bulls and the bears, they coexist. Okay, it's like they give one another chances. They need one another. They need one another. Okay. How many likes we got so far? Okay, let's get the likes up. 30 minutes left, guys. 30 minutes left. Smash the like button. If you're done, put done in the chat. If you are done for the day, put done in the chat. Strikers, let's take a look at Google Meets. Okay, good. I think I have one more left in the chamber. Okay, I think I have one more left. Again, rejection. If you wait for that 15-minute, your time to shine. Use more confirmation. Entry below 690.20. It's down about 30 cents. 69 cents, 70 cent risk. 140 will be a 1-to-1 right here. That'll be the 1-to-1. So I want to illustrate to you that this is the breakdown entry. This is the rejection entry. Okay. But why were we interested in the setup? Same thing. The reason we're interested is because we're moving in a box. So where would be the best area to exist now? All right. The best area to reside or to have alert set would be here. All right. Until proven otherwise. UPO. And just wait. Let it dump. All right. Let it dump. Let it dump. Let it dump. Let it come in. We are box bound, aka range bound. You don't take those puts there. If you did, these are starting to move. That's the top for you. Well, that's how you catch the top. You want to know how to catch the top? That's how you catch it. All right, now what are we putting pressure on? This is very reminiscent. Okay, very reminiscent of this. Climb, climb, climb. Start to break. ES is now back below that 69.50. SPX below that 69.20. And then we have a couple of SPX traders in our group, Richie and a couple others. We're getting a response at that 689.44. 689.44. First trade at one put, 20% down. Look at that, guys. So happy to see you guys crushing it. All you guys need is some movement. All the team needs, all the strikers need is some movement. Okay, 20% is 20%. Tremendous job. we bouncing off of? Okay. TOG. Okay. TOG. You can see we have a storied relationship with TOG. This is that top of the gap. Look at this. We got that breakdown. We got that rejection, break, retest, bounce. We got that break, retrace, reject. And today we got that break, retest, push, and break, retest, bounce. And that leads us all the way to 690. We're officially in third shift. We are officially in third shift. If you're just joining us, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We are live trading SPY. We took 3 trades today. 2 trades on SPY, both double-digit gains, along with IWM puts. So we've been on the 1 call on SPY, 1 put on SPY, and 1 put on IWM. If you missed those trades, go back and rewind and watch how they played out. Not only how they played out, but the rationale behind them, because I revealed the idea, I revealed the analysis prior to getting in the trade. All right, so go back and you can go back and study that part of the video. As far as what I'm looking for next, maybe a grab of these lows. There's no pressure for me to take another trade. It is the end of the week. We might just take one more. With very little size. But we'll see. It has to be a nice setup. And what you'll notice is there's so many setups every day. So you can't take everything because now you're going to start over trading. So you have to take the ones that you're very specific and picky about. Nice bounce off that 9 EMA, 9 wave. So is this enough fuel for us to start to bounce? Where do we bounce off on the 15? Interesting. So on the 15, we came right into that retest zone. All right. So this was just, remember what we just said? All right, that's why you can't miss a minute of the action. This is we got the break, we got the retest, we got the push. All right. There's so many opportunities. It's virtually impossible to catch everything. All right, virtually impossible to catch, unless you program like 10 algos to catch each things individually, each setups individually. It's hard to do it manually. That wouldn't be fun if it was just an algo that traded on your behalf. All right, it wouldn't be fun. I mean, I find trading fun, guys. I find it very fun and enjoyable because I have respect for the endeavor. I don't think I'll let an algo trade on my behalf. I'll just take everything out of it. Maybe a different kind of setup, maybe like a different thing, but the intraday activity is too fun to let an algo take over. Too much fun. Take a listen to our friends at CNBC.
We know from the data itself that the severity and the frequency of these climate events where there is damage, whether it's from hail or wildfires or hurricanes, that they're increasing. Have you seen an upward trend in people buying generators ahead of a storm, or do you mostly see surges when a storm like this is predicted?
Well, we see both. I mean, let's call it what it is. I mean, most people are, we react to the environment and the things that happen around us, right? So about 20% of the populace will plan. So they'll think in advance of, and a lot of that comes from experience. If you've experienced an outage, if you're a homeowner, you know the damage that can happen or has happened in the past. You're more likely to try and plan for that event, and you'll go out and maybe buy a home standby generator, or a whole home generator.
Nice bounce on NVIDIA there. Came right to that territory. I mean, it happened in pre-market. All right, but that's the area. If we can come back into it, that can be another opportunity area to get involved. NVIDIA does have a bigger picture breakout potentially brewing. There goes XYZ, CNG, WMT, MU. Look at the breakout on MU. Microsoft starting to wake up. Coin starting to wake up here. Baba, Uber, Disney, United Health, TSM. Breakout on TSM. Break above the box on TSM. So what happened was AMD and NVIDIA lifted the semis. MU broke out. TSM broke out. MSTR, nice push there. INTC can't catch a break. They report earnings. AMD didn't pull back all the way to those lows yet. If you're waiting, dip buy opportunity on AMD. Intraday, sweep of these lows. Might not be there, might be there. Okay. If you're looking for breakouts, if you're looking for reclaims, that could be possible as well. Something as close as a PMH reclaim can come into play. PMH reclaim can come into play as it potentially tries to go 3 up on the hourly. CRWB, SoFi is at 25. Okay, that's the magic number on SoFi. CRCL, BMNR. What's large in the chart? Intel. Okay, look at that candle on SPY. You saw that candle on SPY? Did you see that candle on SPY? That shakeout. We're getting at least 1 to 3 of these a day. These shakeout candles. Shake and bake. Okay. See if that continue to push. We can hold above that PMH. We can continue to push the upside. We can continue to push the upside. Let's go back to SPY real quick. VIX falling off a cliff. That's good. VIX falling off a cliff. That's good. See if we can get that hold. Hold of this zone for that break. One more push into those highs. Paying a premium, but it can get a push. Paying a premium, but it can get a push. Okay, starting to reject there. Treating it as resistance. Let's take a listen to CNBC here. I'll be right back. Take a quick break. Refill some coffee. Any questions? Put in the chat. 15-minute retest, bull flag. I do see that morning meeting. Took on 3 contracts. Puts, closed contracts, 1 TP, 2 TP. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. If you're still in the chat, put in the chat for the strikers what industry you're in, so we get a good feel. I know a lot of you do work full time. Most of you do work full time. Some of you are students. What industry are you in, or what industry are you looking to get into outside of trading? You never know. You might be able to create connections within the Discord. So what industry are you in? If you feel like sharing. Further data contracts, 100%. What industry are you in, and what industry are you looking to get into, of course? I want to get a good feel. I know we have people from all over, all sorts of industries, healthcare, tech, sales. All right, in the meantime, let me take a listen. I'll take a listen to CNBC. Well, at least wait until this commercial is up. Some of the commercials, I mean, ridiculous commercials, to say the least. Financial services, photography. That resistance hold would be critical. If you're looking at Lotto 692s, they're 22 cents. At this point, it's just Lottos only. We did the heavy lifting. The heavy lifting has been done. The 691s are also cheap. Even though it's a lotto, you still have to follow some level of risk. Some level of risk management is required. All right, because you don't want to start basing your entire strategy. You don't want to let the lotto behavior start bleeding into regular behavior. So you get that hold. Back into the other upside breaker. Get the hold. Need that hold, and you need our neighbors to take off as well. You need our neighbors to take off as well. If we can get the hold, I'll be there with these 692 lottos. All right, all of our trading is up as our regular trading is done. Regular trading is done. Okay, I'll take the 692 lottos up there if I can fill. Of course. Yeah, no fill. If you got the fill, good. If you didn't, again, it's just a lotto. Keep that in mind. All right. For that continued break, if you can pull back slightly, I can join. I can jump on the lotto train. Okay, I'm in the lotto train here. All right, so I'm in the lottos. See if we can take it all the way back at the session highs. In the meantime, I'll be right back, okay?
A whole lot more lucrative for OpenAI and transformative for the industry as a whole. Then came the controversial part, though, as is often the case with OpenAI. CFO Sarah Friar, she suggested that she sees a new opportunity in APIs, and that is a value exchange model. In other words, OpenAI could take a cut of its customers' AI-aided discoveries. Now, some of the immediate feedback pointed to the irony of OpenAI scraping vast amounts of copyrighted data to train its models and then turning around and asking for a share of the value created on top of that intelligence. But another way of looking at it is that this is exactly how frontier technology gets funded at scale. That is by tying the economics of the model to the breakthroughs that it helps to unlock. Now, this all raises a bigger question, guys, about AI economics. Who owns the inputs? Who gets paid for the outcomes? not to mention the mechanics of actually executing this kind of a model. Seen together though, and here's maybe the big takeaway at the moment, because this is still far away. You had ads earlier this week. Now you have Fryer floating another kind of business model. It really shows the pressure that is on OpenAI to find revenue models that are big enough to support its commitments, more than $1 trillion of commitments that are already locked in. So you see a ramp up and sort of these ideas and how to just create more money and pay for everything it wants to achieve.
On a micro level, then what happens, like, for instance, I asked my AI a question,
right,
and it used an article that I had written for CNBC.com as the answer. So what, like, who should get a piece of that revenue?
That's exactly the irony. Well, that's what many are pointing out, right, is that OpenAI basically scraped the web, all of the articles, everything that was copyrighted, vast amounts of this kind of copyrighted data to build the model, and now it wants to charge people using its model. So, Contessa, you hit the irony exactly. That's why people are kind of upset about the entire idea. But I guess the thinking is like, what's done is done. Where do we go next? If OpenAI models can enable these huge scientific discoveries, that's great, and maybe they deserve more of a cut. But you're not wrong, certainly.
For me, it was like a philosophical breakthrough from the heavens. Like, the question you ask, the answer you already know. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, but you did ask on a micro level, Contessa. So, like, the idea going forward is, what if you vibe code an app and you create an app that ends up making a ton of money? Should OpenAI be able to take a piece of that? I don't think that's where they're going with this. It's probably like on a bigger partnership scale, and that's what Sarah Fryer floated, is working with drug discovery companies, big pharmaceutical companies. So, you'd have to sort of negotiate this ahead of time. I don't think that they're going to be taking cuts from ordinary people, although it is interesting to think about how that's formed in the past. Like the App Store, right, does take not a revenue share, but a cut of payments.
It's all it's a whole new world out there, Deirdre. Thank you so much for joining us today with that tech check. I mostly just wanted to share my own
yes, it's about me.
Up next, Goldman hiking its year-end target for gold. Its co-head of commodities tells us how high he thinks it can go, with metal hitting another new all-time high this morning. Don't go away.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
What does it mean to be rich? It's first steps, and sometimes the last word. Rich is living life your way and having someone who can help you get there. The key to being rich is knowing what counts. Edward Jones.
Bitcoin Well is building a productive Bitcoin treasury. This means combining Bitcoin financial services with a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Learn more about how Bitcoin Well is helping people replace their bank at bitcoinwell.com/investors.
Nia loved to run, but diabetes almost took that away. Then we got Dexcom G7. Now we can both make sure she's staying in range without finger sticks. Nia's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross country this year. She wants to be the best in the world someday. I think she can do anything.
I know I can.
On game day snacks through Instacart.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like a medical professional.
Or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, jobs done well. Tuesday, February 10th, join CNBC's first ever Digital Finance Forum, unlocking opportunities in the new blockchain economy. Request your invite at cnbcevents.com/digitalfinance.
Your energy doesn't start with caffeine. It starts in your cells. But cells need support. NAD Plus is the molecule that helps keep them running so you can keep going. Because real energy comes from within.
I started Kitsch with one goal, rethinking how we care for our hair. Our rice water shampoo and conditioner bars are packed with proteins, vitamins, and amino acids which support healthy hair growth. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
Ready to add a Bitcoin fund to your portfolio? Get the Grayscale Bitcoin Mini Trust ETF. The Bitcoin fund from the world's largest digital asset-focused investment platform. Just search for ticker BTC wherever you invest. Grayscale. Invest in your share of the future.
Welcome back. Goldman Sachs just raised its price target on gold to $5,400 as the commodity continues to hit record highs. Joining us this morning is Goldman's co-head of global commodities research, Don Striven, who I think, Don, had a $4,900 coming into the year. Got there pretty quickly. I'm assuming a lot quicker than you expected. Don, we'll work on your audio in a moment. They had 4,900 for year end.
Oh, there you go.
Don,
okay.
I think we got you. Sorry, can you start again?
Yes. So the key upside risk to our structurally bullish gold call, namely the possibility that diversification would broaden from the official sector, from central banks to the private sector, to investors, that upside risk has been realized. We continue to look for significant additional upside from here, primarily because we think that higher central bank demand is the
We'll continue to work on some of the audio issues with Don and his hit. That is the central thesis behind a lot of the gains, has been central banks hedging, looking for optionality against the dollar, and it's whether it's that or a hedge against inflation, among some others, have both fed this incredible run.
But to his point, which we did hear about the private investors, the retail investor jumping into gold, and the way that is something that we're watching unfold. Carly Garner, who is a commodity analyst and on with Jim Cramer on Mad Money all the time, has just posted, quote, "This isn't normal. It's scary. There are good reasons to be long metals, but there is no reasonable fundamental justification for these prices and this environment. They've GameStopped our commodities." I mean, it is ringing a bell once you start to see everyone piling into precious metals. And silver, which they say, look, this is really an industrial metal.
Silver is and platinum too, much more industrial use case, although it's cracking 100 for the first time today. Pretty historic. By the way, you got to put gold's week into some perspective. 49.81 is a remarkable number, but it's also the best week for gold since really COVID launched in March of 2020.
Yeah, Dan, I think we have you back now and hopefully have those audio issues resolved. You were just saying that you are seeing the private retail investors jumping in right now. For how long does that drive the price higher, you think?
Yeah, so our forecast of additional price gains to $5,400 assumes no additional private sector diversification. It's really driven, our bullish call, by central banks continuing to buy more for longer and Fed cuts.
Okay, back. So yeah, those lottos did not work out at all. Fell below 690. So I gotta close out of those. So again, those are lottos, but very little there. We continue to sell off. The primary area to pay attention to is, of course, ideally all the way down here. Right? If you have enough patience, all the way down here. We're currently in the middle of a sell-off. We're headed back to VWAP 689.22. Is that VWAP? 689.22 is that VWAP. So this played out nicely. Took some time. If you take a look at the hourly, Okay, so the hourly trigger. Okay, the hourly trigger. Again, the higher time frame you go, the further out you probably have to go. So the hourly trigger is here for that official reversal back to downside. Okay, 15. That's what it translates to on the 15. Sweep of these lows is what I want to see. If we can get that while on stream, we'll take it. If not, we'll just wrap it up. All right, it's already 12 o'clock. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Firefighter and surf lessons. Now let's take a look at our chat. So I'm assuming you live nearby a beach. Jake. So let me take this off. We did take here minus 30% on the lottos. Okay, so we're coming to those lows, trying to bounce off those lows. So 3 trades, 3 regular trades, 1 lotto trade worked against us. All those 3 trades worked in our favor. All those 3 trades worked in our favor. Okay, looks like we're getting a bounce here. We need to get above that 690. We need to get above that 690 for it to be legit. For it to be legit here. Get above 690. We need to get above 690. Okay. We're back at that 690. Back at that 690. Okay. Can we get back above 690 is the question. Can we get back above that 690 psychological level and hold above it? ES is right at that 690.53. SPX right at that 690.25. Okay, we're still kind of bouncing off of that 4th wave here. Somewhat bouncing off that 4th wave. Somewhat of a bounce there. Anyone still taking any trades? Anyone still taking any trades here? If you're wrapping up your week green, Congratulations. If this is your this is the third week. If this is your third consecutive week being green, all right, I know some of you are. This is the first 3 weeks of the year. Green, tremendous accomplishment. Continue to make those adjustments week over week. Go over your trades and come into next week. Just understand that every trade, every day, you have to earn every position. All right, so what happened this week will stay in this week. For those of you who maybe read this week, maybe pull back slightly, don't be discouraged. There's still 49 of these left next week. All right, 48 weeks left. So don't let 1 week derail you off your ultimate goal. All right, so another week in the books. We have a bunch of these to go. We'll do an end of week poll here shortly. A lot of you are green. For those of you who are green, okay, for those of you who are green, stay clean. Okay, don't get into positions. Don't start looking at the charts and slowly start taking trades and slowly start opening up. Just end the week. The work is done. Okay, don't sneak back into the office. You did your work. You got compensated. You're free to go. Okay. This was not an easy week, but now look what you survived. Look what you navigated. Look what the market threw at us. The past 2 weeks. Okay, this is not easy. All right, since the beginning of the year, we've been red folder catalyst almost every day or every other day. All right, we had CPI, we had PPI, we had PCE. We had the Greenland situation. We had the Venezuela takeover. PMI, GDP. And next week, we have FOMC. Okay, next week we have FOMC. All right? So, buckle your seatbelts. Next week should be very opportunity filled. We're not going to come into the markets with any fear or pessimism. All right, the reason why I say it's going to be an opportunity filled day is because we have to look at the market from an optimistic lens, that there's something out there for us to take advantage of. Not, oh, it's selling off, so everything is negative. Let's start looking for the downside. No. All right, we always have to know that we're just looking for opportunities. We can care less which way the direction is. So you guys have been doing a tremendous job this week. Okay. Next week should be interesting. If Netflix trades my only trade, I'm good with that. Beautiful job. If Netflix is the only one, you pull the trigger on Netflix, you earned your trade today. Let's take a look at Netflix. That was the latest trade idea. Looking at it from a weekly perspective, but if you can see something intraday, if you know how to do technicals beneath the intraday, I was primarily looking at that 85 level, that entire zone. Take a look at the weekly here. How does that weekly candle look? Okay. So for the ones who like to take those swings, Netflix above that weekly candle's high. 2 down, 2 up reversal on the week. Where does that put us on the daily? On the daily, what do we do, guys? On the daily, we were inside, right? So we talked about that yesterday. We were inside. As soon as you get that 85 break, 85.11 territory, it becomes directional. We have that gap to address. Okay, so if Netflix can close with some strength, pull back just a little bit near that 85, might gap up on Monday. Who knows? But I have a feeling that Netflix can start to move. Okay, there's technical rationale behind that, behind the reasoning, and not just a feeling. We can see this is support, bounce, bounce, bounce. 3 touches of support. We already put this trade idea in the Discord. The 85 is right there. We have that gap to address. And look at Netflix. All right, Netflix, this is on the weekly time frame, by the way. On the daily time frame, on the weekly time frame, it's even more appealing. All right, if the buyers don't protect this, I mean, Netflix can end up in the 70s. Okay, it can end up in the 70s, and the next area can be that 70. All right, so Netflix can really start to fall if the buyers don't step up here. So the fact that it's so undervalued, the fact that they put up a strong earnings, of course, the reason why it's pulling back is because of the acquisition. Long term, I think it's a phenomenal acquisition. They own all the IP to Warner Bros. Right, just imagine now they're taking all that IP, they're feeding all that IP into AI script writer. Okay, and now they own the IP to the characters, they own the IP to the storylines, they own the IP. They can put unlimited content. So Netflix is in the game, okay? They're in the game of branching out. Okay, branching out. Let's say they're in the game of branching out. As they're branching out, they're collecting IP, intellectual property from these different companies. They acquired Warner Bros. That's a big one. If you recall early on, Netflix had to license a lot of the content that they had. They had to license a lot of the content that they had from other companies. And when those contracts were due, that content left their platform. So as they're taking advantage and licensing, what they were also doing is they were investing heavily into their content, into their own production. So the transition between those licenses expiring, okay, and going to the owners of the IP, they had their content there. So now they want to acquire as much IP as possible. On the sports side, of course, that's going to be interesting moving forward. On the character side, let's take a look at Warner Bros. I think we went down this. Okay, so now look what they'll own, okay? All right. Curb Your Enthusiasm, Euphoria, Friends, Game of Thrones, Gilmore Girls, Gossip Girl, Pretty Little Liars, Ricky Morty, Sopranos, Succession, The West Wing, White Lotus, The Wire, just to name a few. Game of Thrones alone. I mean, I don't watch Game of Thrones, but I know how popular it is. Game of Thrones alone will get people to sign up for Netflix if they can bring that back. So they own that now. So they have the IP for that. Of course, they're going to have to do negotiation with the actors. They can easily replace the actors. They create a new storyline and feed it to AI to write a new script, cast new characters, and resume. So Netflix does look interesting, to say the least. That's just to name a few. That's just to name a few things. Just to name a few. If we take a look at the earnings calendar, next week, things are going to start getting interesting. Next week, we're starting to get busy. Next week. Boom. There you have it, guys. Earnings is officially here, okay? So we kick things off on Monday. Monday, calm before the storm. Not too many major names. And on Tuesday, right off the bat, we got United Health, Boeing, UPS, GM, Raytheon, Synchrony, American Airlines. And then after the close, you have TXN, Texas Instrument. And then on Wednesday, you have ASML, AT&T. You have Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, Lam Research, ServiceNow, IBM, Waste Management. So we might have to do an earnings stream on Wednesday. All right, earnings stream on Wednesday, and we'll listen to the earnings call along with have the reaction. Thursday, MasterCard, Caterpillar, Apple, SanDisk, Royal Caribbean, NASDAQ reporting earnings. Okay, if you didn't know, that's publicly traded. SoFi, American Express, Verizon, CN, ExxonMobil, Charter. Okay, right now it's chop hour, guys. Just chop, chop, chop. Not making any moves here. If we can grab the 689.20, maybe there can be something there. But outside of that, just chop, chop, chop. So we got a jam-packed week next week. Jam-packed, opportunity-filled week. It's worth revisiting again. 100%. So we're on our stream until 1 o'clock, guys. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. Okay, let's get the likes up. If you're a first-time viewer, Monday will be live on Monday. Long-time viewers, take the next steps, join our community. And there's a couple ways to join our community. The number one way, of course, is to go to smartactiontrading.com. All the codes are on the screen for you to scan. Take advantage of the code. Take advantage of the code WHOP. Okay. Price increase is coming. All right, so this is your chance. We're still relatively early on our journey. It's still under 9 months. All right. So we're not to be mistaken with any other group. We really focus on education. We're giving you a chance to get in as I migrate to a new platform. All right, use the code WHOP. Go to smartactiontrade.com, community tab. All is available. Yearly access, monthly access, premium version, and the light version. Light version, you have access to everything except the video. The video, you have access to it. I can also go on audio as well. I'll start going on audio as well. So this gives you the access to everything. There's a lighter version of that. All right, so as far as courses, make sure to grab your courses. For those of you who have calls, not calls and puts, coaching calls in your back pocket. Okay, coaching calls, you can make those, you can book those calls. Just send a message in the Discord. I'll send you my calendar, and we can set up a time that works for both of us, and we'll work through all the things we need to work through. So these sessions are for you individually to go over strategy development, live trade walkthrough, custom trading plan, risk management mastery, trade review, feedback, platform selection, setup and support. A lot of you have want to set up Webull a certain way. So I help a lot of people do that as well. So coaching calls are back available. Grab the ebook that's also included in your plan. But the main thing is the merch. The merch is here. A lot of you are getting the mugs. When you do get your mug, post your mug. Grab your hat. Make trading great again. The beanie and the hat as well as the shirt. So more t-shirts with mantras will be coming out. Look good, feel good, trade good. So again, if you're looking to support the channel, that's the best way to go about supporting the channel. All right. And next week, it's going to be a ton of opportunities. Okay. Ton of opportunities next week. So you want to make sure that you're in position. All right. The alley-oop is going to be thrown in the air. There's going to be an alley-oop thrown to you every day. But you got to go up there, catch it, dunk it. All right? Got to catch it and dunk it. Let's see if this thing finally breaks to the upside. It's IWM off the charts. IWM not doing much. We did take IW. IW ended up breaking down nicely. My biggest challenge this week has just been being a little too early. Here, I was the first cohort in, just letting it break, letting it bounce, and then, of course, we have the luxury of hindsight technical analysis. Let it reject. Use these highs as your risk. Although we already made double digits on it, you can always look to improve. All right? You can always look to improve. So we'll do the poll real quick here, guys, strikers, before you guys start logging off. Weekly poll. So I'm excited to see the ones who were break even, the ones who were baby red last week bounce back, right? And the ones who were red, the ones who were yellow, break even. It's possible. The people in the Discord are real people with real lives. All right, so they're not bots. They're not paid bots. They're actually people. Okay, making tremendous strides on their journey. So be motivated, be encouraged. Okay. So answer the poll question when you're done trading on the weekly. I'll be done. I took that one lotto. It was a little unnecessary. I just wanted to have a little bit of entertainment there. End up getting stopped out. Outside of that, green across the board on IW and SPY. So I'm happy with that. All right, so the same protocol this weekend. Make the proper adjustments, review. And it's very important, okay, if you haven't already. Okay. Where did I put it? Here. It's very important you download this sheet. It's going to help you tremendously. Just try it for 1 week. If you haven't been using the sheet, just try it for 1 week. Okay? Just try it for 1 week. Just give it 5 days. Okay, give it 5 days. If you don't like it after 5 days, toss it. But if you use the sheet for 5 days and you use it the proper way, it's just a tool, right? It can really help you, right, making the correct decisions that align with your rules. All right, so this checklist, all you gotta do is put the date, the week number, what time you clock in. What that means is what time you're deciding to engage with the market. As soon as you open up your computer, as soon as you open up your phone, that particular time, you're intentional about engaging and looking for opportunity. That's the time you're in. And when you're done, you clock out. Once you clock out, you can't come back in. Once you clock out, you can't come back in. So you need to follow each of these things. You need to check them off before you can even take a trade. Review the futures. Review the economic calendar, upcoming earnings, news. All right, so if you tune into the pre-market program, this is all available. We do this as a team, collectively, every day. Review your trading rules and textbook setups. So you need to have another piece of paper that's your rules. You need to have another piece of paper or another document or something that shows you what your setups look like. This is my setup. I wait for X, Y, Z. I wait for these conditions. So write them. You can be on a piece of paper. It can be on a fancy file, whatever it is. So you need to visually say your rules to yourself, visually know what setups you're looking for, and then you go over this section here. And you have to check all of them. Avoid averaging down into losers. This might not apply to the advanced traders who like to scale in. That's a little bit different. But for everyone else, this is avoid averaging down into losers. Cut losers when setups are invalidated or when risk thresholds are violated. Simple. Take profits regularly. However you want to define regularly, it's up to you. But you need to take profits in order to be profitable. It's impossible for you to be profitable without taking profits, hence the word profit and profitable. It's the root word. Avoid letting trades go from green to red. Avoid it. Because I'll make the argument over and over again. Why would you be right and then go wrong just to be right? I would say be right, take profits, and if the setup is still there, try it again with the profits you have. Okay? Define and follow your max loss, max trade rules to avoid overtrading. You need to define it, you need to follow it, you need to check all this out. You need to check each one of these. Once you do that, you need to write down what your watch list is. Okay, what is your watch list? What are some names you're paying attention to? Okay, what are some names you're paying attention to? What are the levels you're paying attention to? You don't need 1,000 names. All right, it can be something along the lines of something we're looking at collectively as a team. Okay, and then you're ready to trade. So don't even think, if you're going to use a sheet, use it properly. Don't even think about clicking this is process. All right, don't even think about clicking any buttons without going through this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this literally takes less than 10 minutes. Because these two we're doing together from 9 o'clock to 9:30ish, 9:20ish. This one is on you. These ones are just a healthy reminder, okay, to bring those rules to the front of your mind. All right, and just checking it. When you mentally check it, not electronically, when you physically check it, I should say. When you physically check it, when pencil or pen hits paper, okay, your brain is more likely, or you're more likely to follow it rather than to see it in a PDF. When all this is done, you have your trade logger. What is the ticker? What is the setup? Are you calls, puts, entry price, exit price, time in, time out, P&L? No. There's a reason why. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 boxes. Unless you're a full-time trader, scalper, who's in and out of positions quickly, numerous times. If you are a part-time trader, full-time worker, which is one of the best things to be doing, all right? You shouldn't be taking more than 6 trades. This is more than enough. All right? Very few people take more than that and have an edge. When you're above that 3 to 5, 6 trade range, you're doing more harm than good. Are there outliers? Yes. There are outliers, people who do take a lot of trades, but that's their edge. They're playing their edge. Most cases, right, everyone else, you shouldn't be taking more than this many trades here. Once you're done, once you log it in, post-trade checklist. Did I follow my plan? Notice it doesn't say, how much did I make? Okay, notice it didn't say, did I hit my dollar target? Notice it didn't say, did I grow my account? It says, did I follow my trading plan and rules? It's a simple yes or no. Did I cut losses when the setup was invalidated? Simple yes or no. Did I execute cleanly without emotions? Right? So you're going to feel emotions, but you don't have to execute through the emotion. I'm not saying they're going to be in a position and you're some robotic, stoic individual. You're going to feel the emotions, but you can't let the emotions drive your decision. Right? You cannot let the emotion drive your decision. Emotions are not an entry model. And then once you check all these out, closing remarks, you sign it, and you put in your binder. If you do this, follow it religiously. Go through the steps religiously. This is process, guys. Right? This will tremendously help you on your journey. This will tremendously help you on your journey. Do it for 5 days. I challenge you to do it for 5 days next week, if you haven't already. If you have a well-refined system, something similar to this, keep refining, keep going. If you don't, I highly, highly suggest using this as inspiration to build something similar with your own twist, or just literally printing 5 of these. It's gonna, whether you have a printer at home, if you don't, go somewhere and get that. Okay, give me 1 second, guys.
ratio, it's dropped down to, or gold-silver ratio has dropped down to some support, meaning gold can outperform silver. Now, we've hit this big, massive benchmark at $100. And, I have wrote in my investor letter earlier this year from our commodity fund that I think 5,000 gold and $130 silver could merely be the middle innings. But the way we're looking at this in portfolios right now is I want to sell CEF and I want to move that money, swapping it out for OUNZ, which is straight gold. Because I want to just see here if gold does outperform, and I want to take that risk off the table in our wealth portfolios at the moment, monetizing that. Because if you think about it as well, CEF has outperformed GLD and OUNZ by 40% over the last year.
Good stuff. I appreciate you joining us, documenting that trade, Bill. We'll talk to you soon. Weiss, you own the GLD. What do you make of this remarkable run? Is it more durable than it's been? You tell me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, first of all, Bill's done a great job on it, and he was in it long before I was. I think it does still have some legs. As long as we have, geopolitical instability, this is a place where someone can go to hide. And then you've picked up the momentum players in this trade as well. So everybody wants to see 5,000. I hope it doesn't turn into Bitcoin 125 when that was the top, and then it just kept falling back. And to me, that's a very real risk, because while there is some tangible value to gold, it's not reflected in the gold price. There's a little fluff in there because we just don't know how to really value it, because it's safe haven and it doesn't trade on intrinsic value. So the bottom line is, I think it goes through 5, but it could very well fall back from there.
I'd rather play the miners, Scott. Gold's a great commodity for sure. I think there's no comparison to Bitcoin, but when we're looking at AEM, which is a stock,
fundamentals that I was talking about.
I don't think so. When we have there's a use case for gold. I don't know that there's a use case for Bitcoin. I learned that from you, so I don't, that wasn't an insult. But the AEM, the Agnico Eagle, which we own, is up over 130% last calendar year, 52-week high today. You get a dividend, strong dividend growth, great margins, and when labor and energy is cheap, the efficiency is even greater.
You all blinged out on the weekend? Is that when you put gold your gold on? That's when you get your gold on?
I've got a golden shovel.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure.
For all the stuff he talks about, that's the shovel.
All right. We get serious for a moment.
Yeah.
Because we do have a developing story. A major winter storm that is bearing down on a large portion of the U.S. this weekend. AccuWeather's Bernie Rayno joins us now with the latest. Hi, Bernie.
Yeah, hi, Scott. You're exactly right. In fact, the biggest snow and ice storm for many AccuWeather saying in nearly 5 years. 200 million are going to be impacted by this storm, and travel, we believe, will be shut down, airways shut down.
Okay, back. We'll continue to chop around here. Nothing much. This is Give Back Profit Hour. I just saw your message there, Barry. Absolutely. Thank you for being a help to us. You two have a great weekend. Stay safe, guys. Hunker down. If you are getting hit by the storm, have your supplies. Okay. We're just chopping around here. Give me 1 second.
Snow is going to be extensive, a large area of 6 to 12 inches Saturday night. Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, towards St. Louis, and then we zone in on the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast Saturday night into Sunday. Note that dark blue shading where we're looking at over a foot of snow and an AccuWeather local storm max of 2 feet within that dark area. Boston around a foot of snow. New York City could see a foot. And there could be a foot in New York from Philadelphia toward Washington, D.C., Scott. Huge storm, impactful storm on the way.
All right, we're going to be waiting for it. Bernie, thank you. Appreciate that. Coming up, we do have more committee moves to get to. Kevin Simpson has yet another one. It's another new buy, too, so you don't want to miss that. Plus our call to the day. We're back in 2.
How will you shape the future of industrial manufacturing with confidence? How will you optimize your supply chain in response to global forces, balance sustainability and energy to power your industry, and keep pace with data-driven manufacturing?
Winners in the market are using data and digital technologies, carving out greater value within the overall value chains.
EY teams are rooted in places where products are made, bringing insights from professionals who understand industrials, the sectors they supply, and trends driving the industry forward.
At Cox Automotive, we're spearheading a new industry within the industry of electrification.
EY's full spectrum of services strengthen your business from the factory floor to product development and commercialization. So when the global market shifts, your business is agile enough to adapt.
10 years ago, the work that we did for our clients was energy for energy, industrials for industrials, tech for tech. We need ecosystems of partners across all different sectors to really solve these problems.
EY, shape the future with confidence.
Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. That's what innovator Thomas Edison believed.
How many people does it take to screw in a light bulb? No, seriously, no one has ever done this before.
AI technology is shining the way for today's consumer electronics leaders. Prisma AIRS, the world's most comprehensive AI security platform, helps your own brave innovations light the way. Be a genius. Deploy bravely.
At Ameriprise Financial, we know our clients are so much more than clients. They're go-getters and legacy leavers. And what matters most to them matters most to us. It's no wonder we have a 4.9 out of 5 client satisfaction rating. Ameriprise Financial.
While some see a financial world upended, we see opportunity. At T. Rowe Price, curiosity drives our analysts and portfolio managers to ask questions others don't. It's why our active ETFs can make the most of an unpredictable market and are ready for whatever's down the road. Active ETFs from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Are you investing in municipal bonds that will fund roads and bridges? Think of Assured Guaranty's bond insurance as your guardrail. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
Weeknights.
Speculation is a reasonable way to make a lot of money, but the operative word is make. You haven't made a profit unless you ring the register.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
All right, so Intel is, if there's a stock of the day, I guess this is it. It's down 16.5%. That's the lows of the day on the week outlook. Kevin, you own it. You know, this story is, I guess, complicated by the fundamentals versus the backstop, okay? Declining fundamentals versus a government backstop, which is why the stock before this move was like the best performing chip name year to date. By a lot. I mean, it was like parabolic. If you look at, can we show a year to date on this? Look at that. So how do you assess it, knowing that you still have, I believe, or at least the people who are bearish this name, fundamentals that are questioned, versus the fact that the government is in it?
Yeah, I wish we were talking about it yesterday. It would have looked a lot smarter. We bought this about a month ago at $42 a share.
Wow, no, you might have been talking it up yesterday, and then it would have gone down like this. You look like an idiot.
Yeah, either way, I look like an idiot with this one. I don't think there's a win. Yeah. So I'll tell you, with this stock, I trade like a meme stock. It's a classic sell the news event here in a very, very big way. We looked at this really as something that was a complement to the AMDs, the Avago, Broadcoms, the NVIDIA. It's a small position in the growth portfolio, new position. Ran up way too hot, way too fast. The numbers were good. The guidance was bad. It's a demand story. They have demand. They don't have supply. So maybe that works out. But what I don't like is the single-digit growth expectation. So if you're an investor in Intel and you're thinking about it as a 2027 story, maybe you're in it. If you're looking for a short-term trade or a snapback, you're going to need a tweet or some kind of memification to get it to move. So I would not follow me into this on weakness.
Okay. Let's get another move from you. It's Medtronic.
Yeah, we haven't.
Healthcare is the second best sector over the past 6 months, but obviously that's sort of cooled off by a lot. Oh, what's up with this one?
We haven't owned this in probably close to a decade, Scott, but this is a story of improving margins, very good dividend, lots of free cash flow, 16 times forward multiple. But the real reason that I want to be in this name is because of the demographic. You think about who's the potential customer base. And this is a baby boomer market where more of us, not all of us at the desk, but a lot of us age every day. We get closer to needing some of these things.
You speak for yourself, but that's okay.
I get older every day, and Medtronic is a stock that has cutting edge. We also Intuitive Surgical, which we'll talk about later, but it's the same theme. Tons and tons of potential customers and lots of profit. So $5 billion annually, and I expect that to go up. As a side note, they've increased their dividend for 48 years in a row. So not quite a dividend king, but almost there.
Okay, let's look at Disney. There's a regulatory filing that they have reiterated their plans to name a successor to Bob Iger in early 26. Early 26 in quotes. Jimmy?
I feel like we're in early 2026.
Right, wow.
Right? I feel like we've been waiting for this.
That means it could come at any time.
Yeah, I mean, and it really should. It's one of these things like, I don't know if it's like Trump with selecting the next Fed chair, but it's like, don't we kind of know who it is? Like, let's just get it out there. This is an unnecessary overhang in my opinion. I'd like to see this announced. And then we just focus on the fundamentals of we've got a run at hot economy. We've got low unemployment at 4.4%. Let's get people on those Disney cruise ships. Let's get people in the movie theaters, which frankly they are doing. So let's focus on that, not the CEO turnover.
Okay. Let's do SLB, because they beat and they raised their dividend too, which is in your wheelhouse, Kevin, which you own that name.
Yeah, and this is a relatively new name for us, Scott. We didn't get into it because of anything happening in Venezuela, but certainly the stock moved a lot higher after the fact. It's given a lot of that back, but we like it because of the expectation for energy. In 2022, we had Chevron, ConocoPhillips, and Marathon Petroleum. They worked really, really well. We got away from the trade, and we're bringing and introducing energy names back into the strategy this year.
All right, let's take a break. We got Santoli on the other side with his midday word.
Hey, vacation next week, Lisa. 5 days, nice. Big win for your alma mater. Thanks, congrats, bud.
How old you?
Go State! Ted, a little behind on mandatory training. Let's get it done, pal.
How does he know everything?
I want. How long has Pat Brown worked here? Pat, 7 years next month. Thanks for the hard work.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI. At University of Maryland Global Campus, our students know that every new skill they learn is a new opportunity to move their career forward. That's why we offer an affordable, skills-based education that helps working adults.
Okay, I'm back. I take care of something real quick. We're seeing a nice little dump. So that's set up from earlier, right? Just time it. How long did it take to play out? So these are each 15-minute candles. 15 is 30, 15 is 30, 60, 15 is another 30. So an hour and 30 minutes from that entry is how long it takes. All right, so a nice continued push to the downside as we continue to basically reset, guys. Reset and get back that daily open like we never left. Very similar action to yesterday. I would go as far as to say almost identical in some nature. Almost identical in some nature. If you see that post-market recap from yesterday, look at that. Okay, so look. We bounce off of a level, we get one more push, and then we go with the leg. So now we're at that leg. So if you're waiting, now might be the turn for the first leg, accumulation second leg. If you're in the first leg already, you can capitalize. If you're waiting, you have to wait for that second leg. Okay, accumulation second leg type of setup. And we fell below VWAP, well below VWAP. Okay, well, everything is falling off a cliff here. Beautiful job, Thesis. Did you catch it from the very top, or you took that breakdown? If you took it from the very top, tremendous job on your patience. 1D to E. That was a nice, beautiful drop. Congrats, Thesis. So everything is down, guys. Everything is down. The only sectors that are up are energy. We're going to wrap up this stream here at 1 o'clock. SMH is down 1%. back below 690. We're at 688.80. I'm done for the week. Done for the day. What a drop here. What a drop. Once this gave out, it literally just collapsed. I'm looking to get active. Not looking to get active, but if you're looking to get active, late day. For the one just logging in, that's your area to shine. That's your area to shine. My volume? Which volume? My volume or the news volume? Okay, let's get that bounce. Give me 1 second.
It's great for seasoned investors. It's great for anyone just looking to be more knowledgeable.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join Jim.
Starting my day with NAD has made me feel just clearer for the day. I'm a busy mom, businesswoman. It's become a part of my routine in the morning. It helps me stay sharp and steady through the whole day. I don't have these big highs and lows. I love that it doesn't complicate my routine.
Growing up in a small town taught me it's not about how many products you have, but whether they truly work. Our first product was a simple hair tie, and now we have rice water protein shampoo and conditioner bars that promote healthy hair growth. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
Some mornings the road calls for more than just horsepower. It asks for intention, precision, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to announce itself. It's the details, how you carry the moment that sets the tone. This isn't just about looking sharp, it's about feeling ready. Crafted for motion, built with purpose, designed to perform from sunrise to last light. Collars & Co. Presence starts here. Try it for yourself today at collarsandco.com.
Bucket list. It's part of the plan.
And your Empower investment accounts are working as planned. But this is so...
See you on the bottom, sister.
Get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
Password 1, 2, 3, 4.
Incorrect password.
Technology, am I right?
We need a new tech lead.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates when you need them most. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
Halftime. Pizza?
Or you can finally get life insurance.
No, that takes forever.
With Ethos, it only takes 10 minutes. You don't even have to leave the couch.
Wow, costs less than pizza.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
For a limited time, step into savings with up to 50% off on select styles of beautiful new carpet and flooring from Empire today. Save big with up to 50% off. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's offer, guaranteed. Get Empire's home floor advantage and save up to 50% off. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text to schedule your free in-home estimate. You know the number.
800-588-2300 Empire.
When was the last time you made a return like this? Options often offer higher returns than stocks, cost less, and can reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Down and down, 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 down,
While some see a financial world upended, at T. Rowe Price, curiosity drives our portfolio managers to see opportunity. Active ETFs from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
How will you shape the future of industrial manufacturing with competence? How will you optimize your supply chain in response to global forces, balance sustainability and energy to power your industry, and keep pace with data-driven manufacturing?
Winners in the market are using data and digital technologies, carving out greater value within the overall value chains.
EY teams are rooted in places where products are made, bringing insights from professionals who understand industrials, the sectors they supply, and trends driving the industry forward.
At Cox Automotive, we're spearheading a new industry within the industry of electrification.
EY's full spectrum of services strengthen your business from the factory floor to product development and commercialization. So when the global market shifts, your business is agile enough to adapt.
10 years ago, the work that we did for our clients was energy for energy, industrials for industrials, tech for tech. We need ecosystems of partners across all different sectors to really solve these problems.
EY, shape the future with competence.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. We'll have an interesting last hour, I can guarantee you that, because we'll speak with Tom Lee, and Keith Lerner, Malcolm Etheridge, Jeff DeGraff, and Lo Tony as we look ahead to those mega cap earnings, which are looming large next week. Bryn, your final trade is what?
We're going to stick with Capital One. Very integrated, vertically integrated. They own the rails with Discover. They're the issuer, and now they have B2B with Brex. I think it goes to 250 in the next year.
Okay, Mr. Gold.
Medtronic, it's a new position for us. Surgical innovative pioneer, tons of free cash flow and improving margins.
You gonna go watch like Austin Powers or something this weekend? You feel good about yourself? Farmer Jim.
Transocean, $700 billion of free cash flow projected this year against a $5 billion market cap. You do the math.
Okay.
Caterpillar, I mean, even it's down 3.5% today. It's not a big sell-off in the context of what it's done, but I'd buy it here.
All right. I'll see you for that final stretch. As we said, 3 o'clock on closing bell. The exchange begins now.
Scott, thank you very much. It's a make or break for OpenAI, a crucial moment as well for the Mag 7 trade, and the latest on that massive storm threatening nearly half the country. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Stocks are actually on track for their third negative week in 4, despite, or in some ways because of today's price action. Only the Nasdaq is positive right now. The Dow's down 390. The small caps are down almost 2%, maybe harvesting some gains. Even with this move, they're still in the green for the week. Now, as for the tech trade, kind of a mixed bag today. As mentioned, though, it is one of the brighter spots of the market. NVIDIA shares up 1% as Jensen Huang is reportedly traveling to China next week, with the country evidently telling its top tech firms to prep their H200 chip orders. And take a look at Microsoft, another standout, up nearly 4% today, on pace for its best day in nearly 6 months. Now, as you've heard, shares of Intel are heading the other direction, falling sharply on soft guidance. They're down 17% now as they just keep sinking throughout the session today. Again, after a huge run-up into earnings and over the past several months. But let's begin with the shifting narrative around AI, which has been reshuffling the Mag 7 and AI trades. The biggest concerns center around OpenAI and the companies in its ecosystem. This morning, Deutsche Bank warns that OpenAI is particularly extended and maybe most at risk, as it doesn't seem to have found a workable business model yet to cover its reported cash burn. That cash burn was $9 billion last year and is likely $17 billion this year. Sebastian Mallaby taking it a step further in a recent New York Times article, predicting that OpenAI will run out of money in the next 18 months. And Google shares have far outperformed OpenAI names like Microsoft and Oracle, at least until today. So is the reshuffling since Gemini's launch over, or is there more still to come? Let's bring in Deutsche Bank's Adrian Cox, who wrote that note on OpenAI today. And Adrian, not to be too myopic about the action today, but our investors, now they've digested this massive reset over the past few months since Gemini's launch, has that cleared the way actually for, for some maybe better data points? Or do you think this is so existential for OpenAI, it's going to be really hard for them?
Well, I think you're right. This is actually, in a way, going to be a year of disillusion, not only for OpenAI, but for the rest of the AI trade. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's probably a good thing that as any technology is becoming applied in real life, then you begin to really understand what are the strengths of it and where the challenges lie. For OpenAI, I think you're really seeing the problems that you have when you're a company which absolutely had the field to itself for the first couple of years, but then began to be followed up by other companies producing similar, or in some cases, superior models. And if you're Google, for example, then you have the advantage of massive distribution already, a huge audience of users using your product absolutely every single day, not needing to go into a special app for it. You also have enormous data that you're gathering every time you do a search. And on top of that, and possibly the most important thing, you have enormous capacity with data centers, which you're investing in tens of billions of dollars every year. And this is also the case with the other hyperscalers. So unlike them, OpenAI has to go out and raise funding for all of the training that it's doing in data centers, which presents it with the real challenge. And so you can see why it is having to look around for different business models.
Yeah.
It has 800 million.
I'll take a quick phone call there. Okay, so now we had that nice little dump, nice little opportunity to the downside once we broke below 689.21. We saw that slide, we violated that 689, retrace, reject right off of it, continue to slide, and now we're back at that daily open. Let's go take a look at where we are. So again, the same thing remains to be true. We're still basically range bound within the past 2 days. Nice little breakdown now. That's up about close to $3, and we're coming into this territory where the long is going to look very interesting. Back to the upside. Great job, Thesis, on catching that. So it's 1 o'clock here. We're going to look to end the stream here, guys. Again, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you found value from the stream. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Go to smartactiontrade.com to join our community. Use the code WHOP WAP as a discount code to save 25%. All my strikers, hopefully you guys found value today. It's always an honor and tremendous privilege to go to battle with each one of you every single day as we navigate these markets. This week, lots of challenges, but at the same time, with those challenges, if we can navigate them accordingly, they bring tremendous opportunities. Again, thank you for tuning in, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. We'll see you guys Monday morning, and God bless each one of you.